What's up, guys? Hey, the dollar is just crashing down here. You love to see it. Let's see if the dollar keeps falling. That's what we want here. We'll see if it does. Uh, yeah, look at the dollar index just break down here. Wow, this is great. This is lovely here. Today on our Disney trade, we are up $530 already, man. Last 2 days on our Disney trade, we are making. Um, last 2 days on our Disney trade, we're up like $1,200. So you love to see it. Hey, what's up, DS? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Digital? What's up, Moose? So what's up that emergency meeting yesterday? Yeah, man, they did a meeting. You can look at their reports and say they did a meeting. I don't know if they didn't really update us though yet, unfortunately. It's kind of what people were saying yesterday in that regard, which is that like they might not update us for a while. But the talk of yesterday was that they were doing that meeting. Um, you can see they even announced it and like put some notes. They didn't actually tell us anything though, unfortunately. Dollar index still crashing down here though. Look at the dollar index fall here. That's great. Hey, what's up, cool? Drink my coffee here. Wake up a little bit. Carol's got it like a freaking Arctic winter in here right now, man. Like, what's the weather in Texas? Right now it's like 64 degrees outside, but Carol's got it like an Arctic winter inside. Like she's got two fans on in our room, like pointing at me. Two fans, you know, two fans, and she's got the AC set to 65. Like it's so cold when I wake up, bro. I'm like you know, it's just ridiculous, man. It's too much. SPY ripping up today, though, man. Look at the SPY. SPY up to 370s. Dollar index crashing down finally, man. It took long enough, bro. We basically gave back all the gains or all the losses. So, the Mariners are making it to the playoffs, huh? No Judge home run still, man. Judge is starting to. I'm not gonna say he's choking because he got walked a whole lot. You know. Hopefully the dollar index continues to fall. Look at the SPY rip up here. This is great. Why the SPY is up over the last few days? You want to try to live in northern England? It's too cold. Hey, bro, it's cold right here, dude. I'm in Houston, Texas right now. I'm a huge wimp, dude. Huge wimp. I'm freezing cold right now. But you love to see the market do this, to be honest here. You love to see the market do this, man. This is a beautiful bounce back, huge bounce back of the last few days, man. Kind of puts the Bears in check. Now, we'll see if we continue. But yeah, all the doom and gloom we've had, you know. Hmm. All right, guys. Dollar index is really what's helping this. Markets just break it down. Now, the rest of this week will be kind of slow here. Today, we don't really have much. We've got European PPI that dropped, and European PPI did come out. It did come out, I believe, higher than expected, too. Let me see exactly what it was, but I'm pretty sure European PPI did drop today. Uh, let's see what it was. Yeah, I mean, and for the Fed meeting yesterday, I was just reporting on what everybody else was talking about. Like we're kind of a news channel here, and so we're gonna report on what everybody else was talking about. Over the weekend, everybody was talking about this Fed meeting. A bunch of people had posted it. A lot of people talked about it, and so we talked about it as well. Um, Hoping we'd get some information for it, but ultimately we didn't, and that's just kind of how it goes. If you guys want us to report everything, then you gotta, sometimes we're gonna, there's gonna be a flop in terms of what actually is announced, and that's an understandable thing, I would think. Uh, All right, guys. So yeah, dollar index is starting to bounce back. The SPY has just flown back here. Credit Suisse back up to 417s, 418s. Um, we'll see if we get some continuations. We did have a green day yesterday, so that's nice. And we'll see if this continues, man. Market's just flown back last day or so, last 24 hours. Market has just flown back here. What was I preparing to do? What did I say I was about to do, man? Oh, I know what it was. Yeah, European PPI. That's right. Right, for sure, Calvin. They can subscribe to Bloomberg a year and get all the stuff for free, or get all the stuff for 30K. I mean, I'm sorry. That's always a good option. But no, we do our best. I think we do pretty good at reporting free stuff and dropping all the big news that comes out about the markets itself. And so I think we do a good job. But all good. Dollar index still following. Look at the SPY rip here. Yeah, so European PPI here did drop today. European PPI year over year came in at 43.3% higher than expected at 43.3%. Let's write this down. So yeah, higher than the 43.1% expectations. Um, Came in at 5%. All right, so here is the PPI data that came out this morning, and this did drop at 5 p.m. today. That is the PPI data coming out. I just pulled this directly from my source here. Yeah, man. It's cold over here, Larry. Hey, what's up, Juan? Still holding 150 shares. Nice, man. The UN told the Fed to pause on hiking interest rates in fear of a global inflation being sparked. Yeah, that's possible what happened, man. I mean, the markets are ripping up. I'm not putting it past that we didn't get some type of favorable result from that meeting that is causing just huge influx of bullish action in markets and buying. Markets are flying up. Dollars steadily dropping more and more as time goes on. It's down to 111.10s now, 111.10s. SPY is pumping up big here, so it's great for me all around, to be honest here. With the Credit Suisse thing, I think they're trying to avoid problems. And we'll see if they get it done, you know. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Any good news? Well, aside from probably just being oversold, I would think. Maybe the Fed is talking with the UN on what their rate hike decision is going to be. All right, guys. So is Tesla bouncing back like we hope it will? Look at the dollar index falling back down, breaking down even more. Tesla back over 250s. Not the biggest bounce relative to everything else. Tesla actually tanked yesterday in a market full of huge bull action. Tesla actually dropped big. Tesla only recently started to bounce back in pre-market today. In pre-market today, Tesla is the only time it really started to bounce back. Right when pre-market opened up, it started to bounce. But prior to that, it was mostly just break even, having a pretty red day altogether. So it's green on today. It closed the day at 240 yesterday, and now Tesla's up to 251 right now, where you can see it. But it really only started the green action. It was kind of trading against the market here. You know, Tesla is really what was dragging the market down in pre-market yesterday morning, and so Tesla is really kind of starting to bounce back some this morning, but it's not bouncing back like the rest of the market here. So that's kind of what's going down. All right, guys. Dollar index falling down to 11.09s here. Great news, honestly. We just want to see this keep falling here, man. Uh, Wall Street thinks that the U.S. housing market is going to see the biggest home price decline since the Great Depression. I think it's kind of time for housing prices to need that. You know, I know people who invest in real estate don't want that to happen, but the housing market cannot go up forever like it's been the last 2 years. It just can't. You know, it's not going to sustain. It never has. It never was going to. People are selling houses. Like, I get it. And people that are buying houses don't want their prices to drop. Listen, to make you feel better, when housing prices drop, you'll pay less in taxes. You know. And so, yeah, again, the housing market is going to be, coming back down almost certainly over the next year, in my opinion. And we'll see if it does. But yeah. Hey, what's up, Mark? Don John, keep up the good work, bro. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Hey, we try, bro. We try. Yeah, for European markets, PPI came in higher than expected. Yeah, we were down big in Disney. Now we are actually green in Disney. All right, guys. Again, market is breaking down here. Or market dollar index is breaking down, which is kind of what we want. Again, we want to see this dollar index continue to fall. Like, this is what we want to see. This is what we want here. We personally want to see the dollar index fall down here, man. This is what we want. This is good. This is what we need here. Hopefully we get some continuation movement too. You know. Dollar index still testing breaking lows here, guys. This is great. This is what we want. I could put it here, but then I'm not going to get it to really see something. Yeah, we're going to have to stick it there. AMC is even up today, man. There's the dollar index down to 111s. Huge breakdown. NVIDIA, Apple moving. Yeah, everything's going to be moving. I love tech and found the robot not ready for prime time. That plus the lower delivery calls for a drop in the stock. It will bounce back. What's up, Mark? Good morning. Hey, what's up, Paulo? Good morning, dude. My 30 overnight SPY contracts deep in the money are going to be up so big. I'm jacked. Hey, nice. Matt, congrats, bro. Hey. I'm not telling people I told people to buy the dip, but I certainly have been, and I've been telling people that I've been buying the dip. You know, there's a reason. Like, listen, the stock market, I'm not going to say it's easy to make money, but it can be easy money. You know, and what I mean by that is that if you have, number one, there's a few things that help you. If you have a large enough account, right? If you have a large enough account to where, number one, you can take sizable positions and be patient with those positions. Swing trading over a month period of just kind of averaging into positions on dips, healthy positions, Disney, Apple, so forth and so on, right? Stuff like that. Averaging in on big drops and then just waiting for the inevitable rebound, which, again, you're telling me Disney was going to stay at $90 forever. You're telling me Disney was going to sit at $93 forever. Of course not. Disney owns too much. It owns too much. It makes too much money. The hurricane scared people, dropped it. It was plausible to assume that the hurricane would pass quickly. It would be sensationalized in terms of stock market activity, and eventually it would bounce right back, which is exactly what happened, and you could make some little dip buys. I've been averaging into Disney now. Last 2 days in Disney were up like $1,400. So it's, again, I'm not saying the stock market is easy, But to be honest, if you have a large enough account and you can be patient, again, I didn't get scared when the market was dropping because honestly, I was willing to hold Disney for 2 years if I needed to, because my account's large enough to where I can't do that if I want to, right? That is an incredible edge that you're going to get, a large edge. That's a big edge, guys, that people underestimate how big of an edge being able to just say, oh, well, I'm just going to keep holding this. Being able to bag hold blue chips, one of the biggest edges you can have in the market, to be honest. It really is. Because again, the odds that Disney or something healthy like that is going to bounce back over a 2-year period after taking massive drops short term is so high that the probabilities of success on that individual trade will give me very high accuracy rate. My swing trades have been very high accuracy rate trades. Very high accuracy rate trades. Like, I probably made money on every single swing trade I've gotten into over the last 2 months, except for maybe a few, and I most of the time I've made hundreds of dollars on each one. The only one I lost on, I think, was Intel, and I ended up cutting that one a long time ago. So as long as you're good at cutting losses on the ones, and again, Intel probably would have made me money too, to be honest. If I would have sat in it, Intel probably would have made money, but I ended up cutting that one. But yeah, it's just a profitable, mentality. People underestimate it. Like, I don't know why, for whatever people bag hold penny stocks. Like, they're blue chips. Like, you can't do this with penny stocks. Like, a lot of people's problem is like they think you can do this with penny stocks. You can't. Penny stocks don't act this way. Most penny stocks are going to go to zero. So it's the exact opposite of blue chips. Most blue chips are going to survive. And if you diversify and invest in blue chip companies over a long-term period, on average, you're going to make money. Now I can't guarantee one individual investment will, but if you diversify into 10 different blue chip companies that you research and you hold for 2 to 3 years, you're almost certainly going to make money. Penny stocks, the exact opposite. You diversify and invest into 10 different penny stocks, odds are you are going to lose money over a 2 to 3 year period. Why? Because penny stocks long-term go down. Blue chips long-term go up. That's a huge edge you have if you have the money and you have the patience to sit. Huge edge. Right, 100%. It really is an edge you can get, man. Swing trading, a lot of people romanticize day trading, and I understand. I truly understand day trading's romanticizing. But in the end, you got to understand a lot of that is gamblers. Day trading can be easy too. I mean, day trading is not easy. Let me just put this out there. Day trading is not easy under any facet. But what day trading can do is what day trading can do. All right, let me get my graph here. What day trading can do is day trading can be profitable if you do it right. It just takes time. All right, this is my graph pulled directly from the platform. You can see this is from September 13th to today, or to yesterday, which is September 3rd. Right, this is my graph pulled directly from the platform I'm using. We're up about $1,500 gross. Can't fake this if I wanted to. You know what I mean? So this is my day trading graph as well. Hopefully we get some good momentum. I mean, we got some extension for sure. I don't know if we're going to hold the gains we made today, but I hope we do. And again, I hope a lot of it depends on how well we bounce back and all this stuff. What about Tesla? Are you stocking up? See, I'm going to be honest, okay? And again, don't hate me for this, guys. Tesla's too risky. It's too volatile. It's put in big gains, right, over the last 3 years, larger gains than a large majority of other stocks, okay, over the last 3 to 5 years for Tesla. The problem in that is that if it is extended, it's over. If it is extended, it could pull back and it could not make the type of gains that the rest of the market is making. And if you look at Tesla, that's kind of true here. Yesterday, it had a huge red day when everything else, including my Disney position, was green here. Here's my Disney position. Beautiful green day in market hours. Huge gap up in pre-market too, right? But then you look at yesterday, and relative to Tesla tanked. Disney ripped. That's a big. Again, when I'm looking for these companies, they need to be sure things. And while Tesla, I think, is high risk, high reward, I think you can invest in it. And if you're right, you can make a ton of money with whatever. I think there's big risk in it though, because I think Tesla is extended. I think Tesla right now, I think to be completely honest, I think Tesla vehicles 3-4 years ago, I didn't see many Teslas on the road. I just didn't see that many on the road. Now, everywhere I look, I see a Tesla. I don't think they have the same endearment that they did 2 to 3 years ago. They're not as big of a status symbol anymore for people. Back then people would have a Tesla. Everybody would be like, ooh, Tesla, wow. Now they're a dime a dozen. I see them constantly. And that's good for Tesla's business. It really is. But in terms of long-term investment, I think the big profitable stage of that is done. I think the profitable stage is that it's done. I think that Tesla is still extended on the downside short term, though, and I think Tesla will probably bounce back. But I think the risk is just a little bit higher than some other plays, and I'm going to take the lower risk play. I like Tesla long term, truly believe in it, game-changing EV company. But I think the risk of investing into that on a shorter term investment basis is higher than, say, Disney or Apple or something like that. But again, that's just me. I might be wildly wrong. Maybe Tesla just rips up higher than anything else. That's certainly possible. But for me personally, it's the higher risk investment short term. Oh, I missed this pawn. Let me see. Did that guy just disappear? All right, guys, dollar index is still crashing down, which is great. This is exactly what we want to see. Wow. Tesla was down yesterday because of production did not meet expectations, although they delivered a record 337K. Cars in the quarter expected 370. There was a reason for it being down. Yeah, for sure, 100%. And again, though, that's my point, though. That actually is kind of leading into what I said just now, which is that, again, just by general sentiment on my end, right? Think about it, guys. Again, I've been watching Tesla. I like Teslas. I really wanted a Tesla, and I still do to a certain extent. If I'm going to get a Tesla right now, there's going to be a Tesla Plaid, and that's the only one I'll accept. But the problem with Tesla is that there was this growth phase that they had where everybody was looking at them saying, ooh, look at Tesla. They were endearing. There weren't that many of them around. When people saw them, they were a status symbol. All right, they really were. At this point in time, there are so many Teslas in my area. I see so many Teslas driving around. Literally every time I look down the street, there's a Tesla, right? I think that's going to destroy some of that type of endearment that people have for it. It's going to make it less unique. It's going to dilute Tesla. And so while I think Tesla's still going to make a lot of money selling cars, I don't think that it's going to be in that growth phase right now. Not until they unleash the Cybertruck. I think when the Cybertruck comes out, I think it's going to reinvigorate that type of sentiment. But for now, until then, I don't know. It's like I said, I like Tesla. I'm less confident in its long-term investment where we're at currently. And again, maybe I'm wrong. I very easily could be wrong here. I know we got a lot of Tesla bulls, and I get it. I really get it. Daniel, huge bull. I hope you guys make money, and I like Tesla, but I'm not confident enough in it on a longer term basis for me to buy it instead of Disney or Apple or something like that. And it is what it is. We'll see. Thank you for your honest opinion on Tesla. I'm a bull, but I'm not here to be lied to. Hey, I feel you, man. Listen, and I might be wildly wrong, dude. Like I said, I don't know everything about Tesla. Yeah, like I said, I might be wildly wrong. I'm just again, I'm gonna be honest with people about my actual sentiment. And y'all can change my mind, but for right now, Tesla. Number one, here's the thing. Okay, Tesla is too volatile to be a short-term investment, right? Like it's not Tesla, I believe, is very strong. I think it has the potential to go up big, but I think it's big risk, big reward. I think it could also go the other way. I think sentiment can change fast. And I think anytime you have somebody as outspoken as Elon, that's a risk, to be completely blunt. Um, and so it's just not something I'm confident enough in buying and holding right now. Now maybe I'm wrong and maybe Tesla flies back, and that's certainly possible. But for me, I'm going to pick the safest of the options, which is Disney. I'm going to find a company that is safe and that has a very high likelihood of bouncing back, like Disney. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what we do. And again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Tesla's on the forefront. Yeah, for sure. No, 100%. Emerging tech is a great way to put it, though, because again, there's risks in that as well. Like things can change fast, very volatile stock, very volatile range of movement. And you can capitalize on that volatility, but it's a higher risk, high reward play, in my opinion. You know what I mean? All right, guys, here's Tesla bouncing back up to 252s here. So Tesla looks good, man. But again, Tesla yesterday underperformed the rest of the market. Yeah, you love to see Disney bouncing like it did today, man. Beautiful bounce. Again, last 2 days on Disney were up like $1,200, $1,300. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, 100%. And again, I might be wrong. I'm not an anti-Tesla guy. Like I like Tesla. You know what I mean? SPY is already up. Oh, never mind. I don't even have the SPY up. I'm not an anti-Tesla person. Like I usually am a Tesla believer. Am I confident enough? Am I going to pander to people and say I'm holding it long term when I'm not? No. In the end, I'm not holding it long term, and there's a reason I'm not, and it's all good. All right, guys. Dollar index at 111, 11s here. SPY at 373, 09s. Tesla at 252s. Are people still bearish today? Do y'all think the market is going to fall back down? Like, what do you guys think here? Are people expecting the market to fall back down, or what's happening here? Again, I know we had a lot of bears yesterday that are like, yeah, the market's done. Watch what happens. It's going to get worse. And then we bounced back huge. So, what do you guys think? All right, guys. Dollar index starting to bounce back. Tesla up there. SPY at 373s here. This might be a support level. Hopefully it is. Dollar index double bottoming, possibly cautiously bullish. There's a lot of bullish technicals for the last few weeks that I didn't think would play out due to macro concerns. Yeah, I hope we're bullish. Again, I'm cautiously optimistic. Green bean, hey, what's up, dude? Hopefully not. I hope Intel keeps going up. Yeah, I'm still hesitant. I mean, I was wrong about Intel, but it's okay. Yeah, so European PPI numbers did come out higher than expected. It is bearish. We're coming out of an oversold September, expecting a move up. Dollar index won't stay bullish. It was falling earlier. I think there'll be sell-offs. We'll see. I hope not. I hope not. Everything else has got to push it up. AMC's even up today. AMC up to 714s. What about ApeCoin? What's ApeCoin doing? ApeCoin. Phew, man. ApeCoin has gotten destroyed, bro. 240s. So AMC is essentially at like $9 a share. Tesla at 251s. Disney still looking pretty up here at 99.20s. You love to see it. Get some bull action here. Good point about September seasonality should help bulls. Yeah, for sure. I think just sentiment overall, it's going to make people more optimistic, more likely to start investing higher amounts of money and stuff. Australia raised interest rates lower than expected. Okay, that's good. Signal on the US 30 bearish. Do we think midterms will have a bearing on market? Probably. I think there will be a sell-off. What do you guys think? Let's do a poll here. The poll is going to be... I forgot to do this. Hold on. Okay, so the poll is going to be... Does the market hold the gains it made over the last 24 hours? That is going to be the poll. Does the market hold the gains it made over the last 24 hours? Yes or no? Vote on that poll. Let us know what you guys think. Dollar index has been flying down big here. Mm. All right, guys. Dollar index still bouncing back up. There's some scary news going on about overseas conflict. Hmm. All right, guys. Dollar index at 111.11s. SPY started to dip out a little bit. Dollar index is starting to bounce back up. So this is kind of essentially what's happening. So we got the dollar index starting to bounce back up here. The SPY is still creeping down though. Yeah, you see that, Adele? That's scary, bro. Yeah, I think so as well, man. We've been so down. Yeah, there's a lot of scary news, bro. Just look at the news from overseas today. That's all I'll say. I don't really like to get political because I'm really not a political person. So I'll let you guys research it and figure it out. But for me personally, I'm just not really a super political dude in that regard. You know what I mean? Uh, we got cryptocurrency bouncing back pretty nicely as well here. Judge did not hit his home run. Judge did not hit his home run, surprisingly enough. Wait, did I monetize today? I don't think I did. Let me see. I might not have. Okay, good. I did. All right, nice. All right, and so in terms of economic activity this week, there's not really much. There's not a bunch of big stuff going on this week. We got European PPI that dropped today, came in higher than expected. PPI is seller inflation, like producer price index is what it stands for, but it's seller inflation. Now, we look at tomorrow, we got 30-year mortgage rates, purchase index, mortgage market index, mortgage refinance index, all that stuff dropping early. Exports and imports dropping at 8:30 tomorrow. Trade balances, Canadian building permits, exports and imports there as well. And all that stuff drops. And then Thursday, we've got jobless claims like we always do. At 8:30, we got jobless and initial claims. We've got a few other things coming out. Not really any big Fed meetings going on for the rest of the week, though. The big stuff happens next week. Next week is the biggest. Number one, Friday, we have hourly earnings, hours, government payrolls, manufacturing payrolls, non-farm payrolls, participation rates, all that stuff Friday. So we do have that stuff coming out on Friday. Again, if I'm missing anything here in terms of economic data, let me know. But next week is the real big week here. So if we look at like earnings, for instance, for next week here, we don't have any big earnings this week. Nothing really big, nothing really major. But next week, we've got a lot of big stuff happening here. So next week, we've got, just to put this into perspective, next week, we got CPI, which is going to be huge. Last time we got like 4,000 plus people here simultaneously live. We got like 30,000 views for CPI. So it'll be a big release. It's certainly going to be impactful over markets. And we'll see what happens. So that's Thursday of next week. Friday, we have PPI. So Friday PPI comes out. That's certainly going to be relevant as well. We also have the Fed minutes on the 12th. So Wednesday of next week, we have what's called the Fed minutes report. Okay, so every 6 weeks, the Fed meets to decide whether they want to raise or lower rates. And they announce the rate hike or rate, pullback at 2 p.m. and then at 2:30 they do a press conference for it. And then weeks after that, they drop what's called the Fed minutes report. It's a PDF file that drops exactly at 2 p.m. on the dot, and the market does react to it. Okay. The market will react to this. That's on the 12th. So on the 12th, we got the Fed minutes. The 13th, we got CPI. And then the 14th, we have PPI next week, which are just huge numbers. We also have earnings next week as well. So the earnings reports are big. If you look at the earnings reports, we got big earnings dropping next week as well. Specifically, we got Tilray on the 7th on Friday. So we got Tilray earnings. I don't know if we'll cover that or not. Maybe. Let me know if you guys want me to. But next week is when the big earnings week really starts here. So starting on the 10th of next week, just to show you guys what we're looking at here. On the 10th of next week, we don't have any big earnings. On the 11th, we've got Applied Blockchain. On the 12th, we've got Pepsi. So 12th, we got Pepsi. Again, Fed minutes report and Pepsi on the 12th. Thursday, we have Delta Airlines, BLK. We've got Fast. We've got Walgreens on Thursday. On Thursday evening, we don't have much. Friday, we have JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, United Health, US Bank Corp. The next week, the next Monday following that, we have Bank of America. We've got Schwab. We've got Bank of New York earnings. We've got Tuesday, we have Goldman Sachs, Johnson & Johnson. Just a lot of other stuff. Tuesday evening, we've got Netflix, United Airlines, Interactive Brokers. And then Wednesday of the week after that, we've got Ally, NASDAQ. We've got Baker Hughes. And then we've got Tesla in the evening. So just a lot of stuff happening in the next 2 weeks, specifically after this week. This week's a little bit slower. We still got some economic data that we're always going to cover, of course. But next week's a big economic release week. And then the week after that is a huge earnings week. Fed minutes, CPI, PPI, other stuff next week. So going to be very relevant and, exciting week. And we got a lot of stuff. No, cool. So I think you're actually getting it mixed up. I think you're getting the Fed minutes mixed up with the FOMC. The FOMC meeting, which is, again, the rate hike decision, is every 6 weeks. All right. Weeks after the Fed meeting. So this last one was a couple weeks ago. Right. Weeks after that, they drop what's called the Fed minutes report. It drops at 2 p.m. It is coming out on the 12th of October. So the Fed minutes report is dropping on the 12th. But it's not the rate hike decision. This month in October, we don't have a rate hike decision because it happens every 6 weeks. So they're going to skip this month. The next FOMC meeting is going to be early November. Is when the next that's when they're going to announce the rate hikes. Right now, Jerome Powell gave us some expectational numbers for 150 basis points for the remainder of the year. And so by that logic, he could chop it up into 275 basis point rate hikes, one in early November, and then the next one in mid to late December for 6 weeks after the November one. So that's essentially what's going down. But yeah, the Fed minutes report is dropping on the 12th. So it is going to be happening on the 12th. Again, it happens weeks. Again, every 6 weeks, they raise or lower rates with the FOMC rate hike decision. And then weeks after that, they drop the Fed minutes PDF file or HTML file, however you want to view it. And so we'll cover that live. We'll stream it all live here as we always do. Be sure to hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate you guys. Right. The new CPI will set the stage for the next round of bond. Yep. 100%, man. And it'll be fun. We'll see. It'll be big. Again, SPY pulling back a little bit, not to be unexpected, though. I mean, it's kind of, we're kind of expecting it to pull back a little bit. Hey, what's up, Chris? Good morning. Good morning. Right, but it's the same thing. The Fed minutes and the FOMC minutes is the same thing. It's referred to by both, I mean, we can call it the FOMC minute. I mean, I think technical name is FOMC minutes, but I've seen people refer to it as both. All right, guys. Market will crash after Fed members speak today. I don't think so. Yeah, let me see. I don't think we have any. I mean, we got some people speaking today, specifically what we got going on today in terms of like Fed speeches, which might impact markets here. Today, we've got Lagarde speaking for the ECB at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We've got Williams and Mester speaking at 9 and 9:15. We got the ECB's Inria speaking in about an hour. But there's not really any big Fed speeches today. We got Lagarde speaking at 11. That's probably the biggest impactful thing is Lagarde speaking at 11 for the ECB. Sorry, bro. I'm new to trading, so do not know much. Thank you for explaining. All good. Cool. Yeah, all good, brother. Yeah, Federal Open Market Committee, right? Which is, I abbreviate it as the Fed minutes, but you could say the FOMC minutes. It's just harder to say, and so I usually just say the Fed minutes. But it's the same thing. It's the Fed, you know. But it's all good. Like I said, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help, you know. All right, guys. Dollar index is falling down back to a 111.10s here. 111.10s. That's great. That's what we want. We want to see the dollar fall. That'll cause markets to pop. All right, guys. Tesla pull it back to VWAP at 250. Are you guys buying this dip? Check me out on Disney, man. This is my Disney trade. You can see how big the Disney trade was too. Just considering how big I'm up on the day. Here's my Disney P&L on the day. I'm up $627 on the day on Disney. You know, shoot it here. You know, we'll see what happens. Future's still ripping up. So yeah, Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse posted a huge loss again last quarter. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, UBS posted profits last quarter. Mostly what investors are doing is they're waiting for Credit Suisse to announce a restructuring plan at this point. Credit Suisse is known for being kind of a big risky investment bank. In that regard, I think Credit Suisse is trying to transition away from that. They don't want to be seen as super speculative and risky anymore. So again, that's kind of what's going down with Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse is actually doing pretty well today. There goes the dollar index popping up big. So there's the dollar index popping up big. Again, huge bouts here on the dollar index. Here's Tesla at 250s. And you can see Credit Suisse here, CS. It's up pretty big at 420s today. Here's the 200 moving average for the dollar index. Hopefully that rejects it. We'll see. Congratulations on your Disney trade. I was sleeping on it. Yeah. I try to tell people, again, I don't know for sure that anything's going to work, of course. I really don't know for sure that anything's going to work. But what I try to do is I try to look for healthy long term companies that I can kind of average into. Um, it's one of those things where, again, I talked about it earlier. There's just a huge edge in being able to hold something long term if you need to. Like where the real edge shows up in terms of market activity is when you have a large account, you know, with like 30, 40K, and you can buy really healthy long-term companies on big dips and just wait for them to bounce back, which they almost always inevitably do. Now you got to make sure you pick these stocks correctly. They can't be mid caps that are up in the air, kind of coin flip like in nature. They can't be super speculative plays. They have to be healthy long-term companies that when you think about them, hey, is this going to be around in 10 years? It's not a mid-cap up-and-coming EV brand. You know what I mean? It's not something that's super sensationalized in the market. It's something that when you look at that, you're like, okay, that's going to be around in 10 years. Disney going to be around in 10 years. Apple going to be around in 10 years. On and on and on, whatever you want to look at, right? But it has to be something like that. And the edge that you get from being able to say, hey, I'm gonna hold this as long as I need to, and you have to be patient enough to wait for big drops. And you got to be able to wait for those drops and wait for those significant drops and then capitalize on them. Huge edge that you get in the market, huge edge. Because again, the likelihood that these stocks are going to eventually bounce back over the next year is very, very high. You got to ignore the bears because Bears are really, really aggressive in terms of telling you that you're wrong and that the markets are just going to always tank. And so in that regard, you got to kind of ignore the bears and just kind of look at it objectively and say, hey, this thing, makes so much money. It's going to be around in 10 years. I'm going to buy this dip, right? That's some of the biggest money to be made in the market is waiting for these huge drops and buying those dips. And yeah, we got a huge rebound over the last couple of days. Hopefully we get some, continuation movement here. I hope we do. But we'll see, Dollar index is popping up. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thank you, Joshua. So European PPI did come out. So we did come out. Yeah, so Jim Cramer isn't worried about Credit Suisse. Does that mean we should be? Probably. I mean, Jim Cramer, whew. Man. All right, guys. Look, dollar index actually just came over the 200 moving average. It's at 111.20s right now. 111.20. SPY kind of moving with it. Hopefully, it continues to do that. You can see Goldman, or you can see Credit Suisse up to 420s here. Credit Suisse up to 420s. Again, SPY pulling back a little bit here, but hopefully we get the dollar index starting to come back down. You can see the dollar index is down big on the day, which is kind of what we want. I agree. Overbought for sure. I disagree. I don't think we're overbought. I think here's the market. Okay, like here's a yearly chart of the market. This doesn't look overbought to me. I think again, if we look at it over 180 days, this is half a year. This doesn't look overbought to me. Maybe short term, but long term, we're certainly oversold in my opinion. So long term, we're still down big. Over the last year, and so in that regard, I hope we just get some bounce backs, but who knows, man? Who knows? We'll see. What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think. Bitcoin, cryptocurrency bouncing up nicely, up about 2% today in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and all that stuff. So that's nice to see. All right, guys, starting to get a little bit of a bounce back here. All right, dollar index pulling back a little bit here. Hopefully, it continues to just reject and get under VWAP. SPY testing VWAP now. We're over the 200 moving average. I might buy a little bit of this too. Let me try to buy some of this. We're gonna jump in on the ask price. Look, we're gonna take 50 shares here. So we got 50 shares of the SPY. We're gonna see if the dollar index can pull back some here. Bear trap. We need to be cautious. Right, man. I'm here to make money, bro. I don't want to see the market fail. Like, I don't want to see the market crash. And I don't think the people who think they are, like, it's better to be wrong about market going down, you know what I mean, than it is to be right. Because when the market falls, people suffer. And that's what people don't understand. Like, the people that are like, yeah, we want to see the market go down. A lot of them are just trying to be right. But, like, they don't understand. Even if you're not invested in the market, everybody loses when the market drops. Everybody does, Like, I promise you, you don't have a Burry-like short position in the market. And even if you have a short position, I promise you, the impact that it's going to have negatively over the overall economy, market, and world is going to be far worse than any small gain that you're going to make from it. And so, in the end, we should want the market to do well. I certainly do. Like, I want to see the market go up. I don't want to see the market go down. We took a little bit off our Disney trade just now, so we kind of cut a little bit of it. But I don't want to see the market fail. I certainly don't want to see the market fail. I want to see the market do well. I want to see the market thrive. I certainly don't want to see it go down. And, again, let's hope it goes up. This week's about to be a bear trap. I hope not, brother. I hope not, man. Tesla pulling back to 250s. All right, guys. So we're starting to see a little bit of a bounce back here. So we bought the SPY. All right, guys. So we are up a little bit in this trade. So again, we're up small in this trade, about $5, $6. Market's starting to bounce back some here. Again, I hope Disney just flies back today, bro. We got hundreds of shares of Disney still. We took a little bit off. Um, we'll take a little piece of this and then let the rest ride. All right, guys. Again, we're kind of break even on the trade. Right. It takes far more effort for the market to go up. I don't know. I think it's easier in my swing trades to profit as the market goes up. So I think it's easier to make money for me on the upside than downside, almost certainly. It depends. Like if they allowed me to short, the reason they don't allow you to short penny stocks, and again, you guys hear me talk about penny stocks, and y'all hear me talk a ton about them. Like I get it, but like the reason that they don't allow that many shorts of penny stocks is simple, right? Whenever you borrow a stock, whenever you borrow something, whenever you short a stock, right, you're essentially borrowing those shares from long-term investors, right? So like essentially, if I want to short Apple, basically whenever you see shorts are getting located, that means that they're trying to locate a long-term investor that's willing to loan out his shares and earn a percentage from it. And so in that regard, what's ultimately happening in that way is a long-term investor is loaning you those shares. The reason there's not a ton of penny stocks that are shortable, because penny stocks would be very easy to short because simply a large majority of them make money. I don't short penny stocks, for a few different reasons, but one of the main reasons is because they don't have a ton of locates. And again, by that logic, the reason they don't have a ton of locates is because there's not a ton of long-term investors in penny stocks. Like penny stocks is a very manic depressive type of movement in stocks, right? Big upward movement, big downward movement, long-term bearish action. And so there's just not a lot of long-term believers in penny stocks. And so in that regard, there's not a lot of shorts available. It's hard to locate long-term investors that are going to let you short. You might have a small percentage of penny stocks that do have those type of investors that are going to be willing to loan you your shares, but it's just much more rare, in that regard. And so, I think penny stocks would be far easier if I could buy like a put option. There are some options available for some, depending on how you classify them as penny stocks. There's options available for larger cap penny stocks with like larger market caps, larger float sizes, stuff like that. But like your low float penny stock, there's just not a ton of options. There's not a ton of shorts available because they just don't have long-term investors like that are willing to loan out the shares in that way. NASDAQ. Yeah, Chris, that's all just a little bit too political for me, brother. Spot. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. I do like this hold because we've essentially established a low right here. And maybe it's not political. I don't know. I'm just straying away. I'm like Drake, not today. When earnings come out, dude, what do you think is going to happen when interest rates are so high? Another question you should ask yourself is why were interest rates ever at zero? I'm not sure. We got some big earnings to watch, though. We got a lot of stuff coming out. So, again, next week, we've got big earnings coming out. Yeah, all good, Chris. It's all good, man. But no, next week we got big earnings coming out. Not next week. Really, it's the week after next. Week after next, we got Netflix, Tesla, Delta Airlines, bank earnings, all that stuff coming out in terms of earnings releases. And, of course, we're going to cover that live as we always do right here. So hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate you all. I'm sorry, managing a few little trades here. I just hope the market can hold where it's currently at. You know. Again, dollar index just spiked up substantially here. Again, dollar index just popped up big. This is probably going to drop the market. Luckily, we scaled out of a piece. We're only holding like a small little piece now. Again, starting to fall a little bit here. Skimmed out of our Disney trade a little bit. We're still holding the majority of it, though. Again, we're just going to lock in profit while we can. Any idea what has made the dollar index drop 110s would be great. I think we're just extended, man. I think that we're just kind of extended on the upside at this point in time. I think that we've gone up. If you look at the dollar index over the last year, we've just had huge upward movements, huge bullish action, huge rips up. And so in that regard, I think that we might just be a little bit extended at this point in time. I think the Fed is probably recognizing that, the Credit Suisse is a liability in that way. And so I don't think they want to have another '08, and I think that they're going to be pushing for more bullish action over the next couple of days. I think people were speculative about the Fed meeting that happened yesterday, and optimistic about it because I think people want the markets to do well, and I think they're trying to avoid an '08 type situation, and so I think people are confident that they're going to try to avoid that. I guess is what I'm trying to say, but who knows? Bitcoin now bullish by the dip. UK bank seems to have helped reduce the dollar strength too. Yeah, for sure. That certainly did. That happened a couple days ago though when they announced their bond purchases about the Bank of England. That happened a few days ago, but it did certainly impact markets positively. I got a beautiful average in Disney now, and yeah. Well, everything's up. I mean, Rivian's up because everything else is up. Maybe not though. Let me see. Rivian. Yeah, Rivian. Maybe not, man. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at it. Rivian at 34.60s. So maybe I'm wrong. Certainly possible. Let me see what we got going on for Rivian today. Rivian is climbing. 2022 production guidance came out. Said late Monday that it produced 7,368 vehicles at its manufacturing site in Illinois in the third quarter and delivered 6,584 vehicles. Expectations have been for around 7,100 according to RBC Capital Markets, but their outlook was positive, and that's essentially what the market is ultimately reacting to here, and why Rivian is up so much is because it had positive guidance. So yeah, I was wrong. Confirmation of the guidance was enough to boost the stock, almost 8% in pre-market. So people were essentially skeptical over expectations after they were downgraded from around 40K Rivian saying its supply chain issues down a lot over the last year. And so again, with their reaffirming their guidance numbers, Rivian's boosting up here, which is what we're seeing right now. Rivian at 3460s. So yeah, we'll see. Again, with up and coming EV brands, I'm always kind of skeptical though, if I'm being honest. And I've said this many times before, and I'll say it again. I think there's risks in these up and coming EV brands, but I think it's high risk, high reward plays as well. I think if they end up turning out well, then you'll have some huge gains that you can make from these. But I think the odds are stacked against you. No system is 100% accurate, Sonia. Even if you were right once regarding your system, um, time has shown that no system is always 100% accurate. The only 100% accurate system is value investing, research, and that's even not 100%. And so even if you were right about specific targets that you gave us, it doesn't mean it was 100% accurate, you know? Was that Rivian or was that Lucid, Chris? Oh, no, that's Nicola. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, but Rivian is up. Again, the problem with these up and coming EV brands is simple. The problem with the up and coming EV brands is simple. If you're gonna buy an EV brand, and you say again, I've done this. I've said this probably 50 plus times already, but it's like it's true, and it's an interesting thought experiment that you need to look at it if you want to look at it objectively. Here's the reality. If you look at this objectively, if you had never traded the stock market, if you had never traded stocks, if you had never seen these up and coming EV brands outside of the stock market, and you had to buy an EV and you wanted to buy an electric vehicle, what are you going to buy? Are you going to buy a Rivian? Are you going to buy a Nicola? Are you going to buy a Mullen? No, you're not. And if you say you would, you're lying. Okay. Y'all know if y'all had never seen these stocks, if y'all weren't investors in these stocks and y'all had never seen them before, and somebody said, hey, here's 100K, go buy an EV brand. You're going to buy a Tesla, maybe a Neo, or maybe like a Porsche EV if you can get one for 100K, or like some other type of like main like automotive brand EV is what you're going to buy. You're not going to buy one of these less known, more obscure EV brands. You're just not. And so I think that's where the risk is in that regard. I think that's the risk, is that ultimately you're not going to get away with. I don't think they have the consumer base to really justify it. I think this is good news for Rivian, and I think Rivian, if we're looking at it objectively, Rivian might be one of the ones that does succeed. Just objective, just pure opinion based. I mean, subjective. I mean, but I don't think there's big risk here. And I think there's big risk investing in these up and coming EVs. I think a lot of them, their best case scenario is that they get bought out by the big boys. I think that's the best case scenario. So anything outside of Tesla, Neo, or one of the big boy big boy automotive brands, I think anything under that is going to struggle to succeed because they don't have the consumer base to really justify. There's just not enough people that want to buy them. There's simply just not enough people that want them. And maybe that grows over time. And I think, I think the way to succeed in these is to really attack niche markets. So attack a luxury brand like a Infiniti or a Lexus or a Mercedes type of EV, but like its own unique EV luxury. And I think, isn't that what Lucid is doing to a certain extent, like kind of like attacking that luxury market? I think that's the best chance, but I still think, again, it's high risk, high reward. I think that, a lot of them are going to fail, and I think some of them are going to get bought out. I think Mullen might just get bought out for his tech, depending on, what the price is though. Yeah. No, EVs are here to stay, and this is the reason why. Is they're more efficient than gas-powered vehicles. They are simply more efficient than gas-powered vehicles by far, much more efficient as well. Now, again, we're going to get some battery tech arguments, and I understand. but EVs are simply more efficient. They're more efficient than gas-powered vehicles. Again, look at the Tesla Plaid. 9 seconds flat, quarter-mile stock. Does way better gas mileage than anything in its gas-powered counterpart. For what it is, makes no noise. Completely silent. Just more efficient in terms of driving capabilities. Right. Anytime you have something that's more efficient, eventually over time, it always swings towards that. Now again, the problem with EVs is their batteries and disposing of them. But over time, again, when something is more efficient, usually things gravitate towards that. And so we'll see. But yeah. Not everyone cares about efficiency. Sure. I mean, I'm not saying they do. I'm not saying gas-powered vehicles are going to go away. I think there's always going to be gas-powered vehicles. And regardless of that, we're always going to need oil for lubricants and all that stuff. Right. But I think because of that, you're always going to have an EV market. They're not just going to go away. All right, guys. So again, market's kind of choppy sideways over the last 5 or 10 minutes. Dollar index is kind of testing that 200 moving average. And again, we want to see the dollar index fall. All right, dollar index just rejected under the 200 moving average, which is great. Yeah, I already said their problem. Jack is good. Jack is fine. Yeah. All right, guys. Hey, let's see if we get a rejection here at the dollar index, rejecting under the 200 moving average. That's what we want to see. We want to see the moving average reject this year. No reason to make everything political, guys. All right, guys. So dollar index popping up. Not really what we want to see. But I mean, the market's up so big today, it doesn't matter. All right, guys, dollar index popping back up. It's at 111.20s. Again, we want to see a rejection here. Bitcoin, if we look at it, it's at 19.9, just under 20K. So it looks like Bitcoin might actually make that run back up there to break those levels up there. Hopefully that's what we get. Disney's holding its gains up there at about 99.5, about 99.5 here. Most of the crypto market is bouncing back with stocks. And again, I hope we get some bounce backs and everything else too. Yeah, we have room to grow in EV. I mean, Elon's one of the richest men, if not the richest man in the world, and so I think there's certainly money in there. I mean, if you look at it objectively, again, I think people have made it a political issue though, where it's not. I understand certain political, parts will be against it, and I understand that completely. But I think that outside of that, over time, we're going to fix the battery issue. I think over time, anytime something's more efficient, we start to, okay, I'll put it this way, right? We had the argument with GameStop people about how video games are moving more towards a digital download environment. Like people are just downloading their video games, and we had somebody say a couple years ago, like, that's not going to work. You're not going to have as much download. Like your console is not going to have the capabilities to download that many games and store it all at once, But you guys got to understand, over time, technology progresses. Technology gets better and better. Like one computer nowadays, our phone, here's a greater example. Our phone is a more powerful computer than the best computer 20 years ago. Our phone is a better computer, faster, more efficient than the best computer 20 years ago. And so in that same light, with these EV brands, eventually the battery tech's going to get there. And when you have smart people where their fortune is depending on it, they're going to push for that, and they're going to work on that and improve that over time. And it might take 5 years, but that's what we're going to get over time. Eventually they're going to get better at disposing batteries. They're going to figure something out, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. Again, I could be wrong. Dollar index is falling back down. It's at 111s. Right. All right, guys, dollar index falling down to 111.20s, 111.20. So that's great. That's what we want to see. We want to see this dollar index fall. We want to see the market pop. AOL. Hey, bro, I had AOL. I had dial-up internet connection. I used to go on internet and horse around on American Online, bro. I remember it, dude. I remember the sign in. It took like 5 minutes to sign in. Bro, telling somebody that they can make $1,000 a day with a $3,000 account is sleazy and just not realistic. Yeah, you can make $1,000 a day. You can also lose it. You know what I mean? And you get 3 wrong trades, your $3,000 account is gone. Like, it's just silly, man. You know what I mean? Again, if it was really possible to do that, then big banks and hedge funds would be calling you up, offering to pay you far more than you would make selling courses. You know what I mean? And so just if you see anybody saying that, I'm not going to say names, but if you see somebody promoting that, run away. Like, they are trying to scam you. They're telling you what you want to hear. They're telling people who don't have that much money what they want to hear, which is predatory. Is what it is. But see it for what it is. All right, so dollar index still breaking down here. This is what we want. This is a great move. Dollar index starting to fall back down under the 200 moving average. Looking weak. I think we might see some bullish action. We're going to actually buy a little bit more here. We're going to add 25 shares to this trade. Dollar index is falling down. It's plausible to assume that we might get a bounce back in the short-term equities market. Rivian is up there. Here's Tesla. Tesla at 250.30s here, 250.30s here. We do have Credit Suisse at 418s. The Jolts job openings report. When does it come out? Oh, it drops at 10. Okay, I mean we could cover it. You know, we'll cover that. You guys want to cover it? Yeah, that drops at 10 a.m. So we'll cover it. Expectations are for 10.775 million. 10.775 million are the expectations for August. We'll see. You know. How's your Top Step going? It's going pretty well. Here's my graph. I mean, we had a small losing week last week, but we bounced back yesterday. So, you know, we're up pretty nicely. Just kind of slow and steady gains here. I do need to scale up my size a little bit. I do think we need to scale up our size some, which we might try to work on now. We're still up about $1,000 in the combine overall. Why is crypto going mental? Well, crypto's not really going mental. What's happening is the market itself is going up, right? The broader market is moving up, right? So here's the SPY. If you look at the right side here, this is the SPY today. So SPY is up big. Markets are up big. Dollar index is falling down, which is precisely what you want to see. And everything else is just flying back up. Yeah, right. 10 years ago. Yeah, for sure. Maybe, Chris. Yeah, it's possible, you know. AOL brings back memories, would wait 20 minutes to load some things. Hey, bro, yeah, for all my young people in chat, man, that y'all don't understand, it used to take literally like 5 minutes to load a page, bro. Like you would click a page, it would take 5 minutes to load that page. It would literally take like 5+ minutes to load one page. To where right now, like if you typed in AOL.com, for me personally, with my internet, it took like at least 2 to 3 minutes just to load one page, and you'd have to wait. Right, that was dial-up internet, very slow. It was before high-speed internet. First, it came out DSL, and then we had basically high-speed internet like we do now. You know, that only came out in like I remember we got high-speed internet in like 05, 04, 04, 05 is really when we really started to get good internet. Yeah, you can't use the phone at the same time either. Yeah. All right, guys. Dollar index is falling down. It looks great here. It looks great. Disney's still pumping up great. You love to see it. LimeWire Kaza. Here's my Disney trade. You love to see it. Listen, I'm not going to say I was right. I'm not going to tell you I was right, but I was definitely right. Look at me. We are up about $700 on Disney on what we have left here. You love to see it. You can see our average right there. I'll go ahead and show it to you. I really don't like showing people my trades like this, but hey, we gotta celebrate the W here. Take a little bit off there, just a little bit. Okay, we got 175 shares left of Disney. What are you guys in right now? What are you guys buying today? Market's going up. Dollar index is falling back down. We're in the SPY right now, but yeah, you can see my Disney trade. Currently, we're up about 650 on the day. Just to put that in perspective, on the day. We're in our SPY trade. We're down a little bit here. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. I remember I actually got in trouble. I've told this story before, but I actually got in trouble by, I think it was Warner Bros. I can't remember who it was. But when I was young, when I was like 12, I was kind of a nerd, if you guys can't tell. Like, I was kind of a nerdy kid. Uh, you know, did a lot of stuff on my computer, of course. And in hindsight, it was good for me because it kind of got me to be kind of tech savvy to where I'm running this channel now. But in hindsight, I was kind of a nerdy kid. And so whenever LimeWire came out, what I would do is I would download the Star Wars movies before they came out in theaters. And so I would kind of download them before they came out in theaters. And so I had seen all the prequels. And this was like 2001, 2002. And so I had seen all the prequels before they dropped in theaters. Like, I went with my dad to go see the episode 1 or whatever it was. And I had already seen it. And my dad knew I'd already seen it because here's the story, right? So I'd had all these movies on my computer. And the movie studio literally sent me a cease and desist letter threatening to sue me because I had downloaded these and apparently I was accidentally streaming them on LimeWire. Accidentally, of course. I would never do it, I would never do it intentionally, guys. But I accidentally was doing it. And so they sent my dad like a cease and desist letter. And my dad got super mad at me, at 12-year-old John. And, basically made me go delete them from my computer and stop streaming them, unfortunately. But yeah. I can't remember what movie studio it was. I also had like a Legend of Zelda walkthrough. Y'all remember walkthrough pages? Like, I literally had like an OG Legend of Zelda walkthrough website where I was kind of getting views on it too, to be honest. I was getting like 100 clicks a day on it when Majora's Mask came out. When I was like, man, I have to look at how old I was. But like, I actually had like a website. It was by GeoCities, I think, or something like that. But I actually had a website that I built when I was 12 on it. On Zelda, the good old days back then. I think that was right after I got like high-speed internet. But yeah, like I said, I was kind of a nerdy kid, if you will, Right. Hey, in hindsight, I'm appreciative of all of that experience, that I had in tech stuff, Bro, I was a kid, Yeah. Yeah, I used to play all the Pokemon games, bro. I would like download the ROMs and emulators and play all the Pokemons with like terribly translated words. But I would have them on my computer, and I all right, guys. Markets pull it back. Dollar index kind of consolidating sideways here. No, I never had those. Hey, I'm not mad. I'm a nerdy guy too, bro. I like Zelda. I try to get my kids into Zelda. He just, they just don't care, My son, I think I probably could. But my daughter is just, video games, gross, All right, guys, dollar index kind of chopping back and forth, but we're under the 200 moving average. I'm hoping we reject here, and so I'm sitting in my SPY trade while we sit. Hoping we reject while we can. Hey, what's up, Andrew? Yeah, and honestly, guys, I have this sponsor, but like I've low-key been actually using them. You know what I mean? Surprising, I know. But this sponsor is actually really cool. So check it out. It's called Chart Prime. Let me show you guys how I've been using this. All right. So Chart Prime is honestly really cool. My favorite way to use this is just the simple candlestick patterns, and I'm going to show you why. Okay, like let me show you guys why. All right, this is a platform. It's a trading view indicator service called Chart Prime. What I use them for is predicting the tops and bottoms here. Now look at this. Like, let me get this away from the screen so you guys can actually see this. Look how accurate this was. Bearish engulfing candle. Look at the bear action we got following it. And so it's not always right. Bearish engulfing candle. We got some downward movement afterwards. And it'll show you if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, it'll give you an X next to it. Look, bullish engulfing candle, big bounce up the next day. So this one failed. This FTM failed. Bullish engulfing candle, big bounce up the next day. RTM bounce, bullish engulfing bounce. And so these are actually surprisingly accurate. And I think they're really useful because I think candlestick patterns for scalpers like me can be highly profitable. Highly profitable. Again, I'm not guaranteeing you can make money. I can't guarantee you're going to make money or anything like that. But this sponsor of mine is actually really cool. Again, I can go to invite only and look at chart patterns, and it'll show me like flag patterns. My favorite is to use like a 5-minute chart for these, right? Like a 5-minute chart for these flag patterns. And there's some cool ones to look at. Like, let's try to find some flag patterns here. Let's look at Apple. And if there's flag patterns, it'll show them to you. Let's see a 1 month. Yeah, so like, look at this. So it'll literally show you, here is a descending triangle, and you can see the breakdown after that triangle. And so it'll automatically document the candlestick patterns, which are my personal favorite. Again, bullish engulfing. You can use a 30-minute long-term chart if you want to try to use like long-term candlesticks, which is something I haven't really tested yet. But that might be useful as well here, to be completely honest. Like, that might be valuable as well. Or you can use short-term, like really like I'm using here. So I can look at like, again, if we zoom in here, let me fix this. Let's put like a 5-day chart up. Yeah, so like, look at this here. So again, here's Apple. You can predict where bottoms and tops are pretty accurately using this. Now, it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. Let's put a 1-minute chart up. It's probably a little bit better. But you can kind of pick where these tops and bottoms are. Look at this bullish engulfing candle here, and then look at this big upward movement from it. And so it can just be powerful, guys. Again, if you want to check it out, it is a sponsor of my video, so I'm certainly biased. Let's go ahead and take a little piece of this off just to lock in some of the profit here on this trade. We'll go ahead and take another 15 shares off of this. Let's go ahead and look at Disney here, which, again, Disney, we are up drastically in this. So we are up about 430s. But again, if you want to check out Chart Prime, I'll post this link. Great way to help support your boy here, support the channel. They are a sponsor of our video. They help support our free content. And again, everything we do here is free, guys. So we don't charge for content. We don't sell content. Everything we drop is completely free. And so if you want to help support us by, supporting our sponsors, and again, this is a pretty useful one. Check out the link. Pretty interesting. Yeah, candlestick patterns are profitable. You can also find the link in the description if you want to check it out. But again, guys, here's our Disney trade. We are currently up about $610 in the day for Disney. You can see our P&L right here. We are currently up about $406 on what we have left, about 175 here. And we'll see if we get some better movement. Here's AMC. We've got the SPY itself, which we're, again, capitalizing on a short-term basis. We got 10 shares left. We'll see what this one does. I'm using Epidemic Sound is the brand I'm using right now for music. Here's Credit Suisse. Again, here's Tsla. A big rejection here, guys. So this is nice. A big rejection here on the dollar index, rejecting at the 200 moving average. You can see how well it follows the 200 moving average as well. Like, look at this. So 200 moving average, very relevant level. Again, you saw us buy this dip. The reason we bought this dip is because we got some rejections under this 200 moving average. And so we've just been kind of capitalizing on that on a short-term basis. Again, if you look at our P&L on the day today, we are up $629 today. Pretty solid little day here. And we're just going to look to capitalize on this momentum that we got. Hey, what's up, Mo? All right, guys, dollar index still falling down here. This is great. This is what we want. All right, let's see if this rejects here. This is kind of what we want. Yeah, dollar index rejecting the 200 moving average, which is nice. We'll go ahead and take this off and then kind of rinse and repeat and take our little money and then come back to it. Crude oil is going up. Worried if that would drag the SPY down quickly. Yeah, I mean, market's bouncing some. Maybe I should have held this, but again, we're up so much on the day. I'm just trying to capitalize on it. For me, when I get really green in something, I'm usually trying to take profits pretty quick, at least lock in profits so that I'm not regretful later on. I think a lot of the time, people get greedy when things are going in their direction, right? So I took enough on Disney to where I'm going to be green no matter what, and I can let the rest ride. And so again, if you look at Disney here, we are up $409 at what we have left, about 614 today so far on Disney. And again, we've taken enough profit to where we're going to be green no matter what, and we can let the rest work. Again, I think a big problem that people face in markets is that when they're up big, they just get greedy and stubborn, right? Like if I'm up big on anything, I'm almost always taking at least some profit off of it. And the reason I'm taking some profit off of it is because, frankly, you don't know how long anything's going to hold anything. You know what I mean? You don't know how long anything's going to hold. And so in that regard, you got to just kind of, when you're up, take advantage of it. This is what I'm trying to do. If I'm up in something, I'm trying to take advantage of it. And so in that regard, lock in profit and get you in a really ideal trading situation where no matter what, you're going to make money. It just depends on how much you're actually going to make. So. All right, guys. Again, market's rejecting that 200 moving average. Again, dollar index is rejecting that 200 moving average, which is precisely what we want, man. That's what we want. Yeah. When Trade starts doing tipping waitress videos, it's done. Yeah. Honestly, that's so true, bro. Again, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I definitely told everybody, guys. Nobody listens. Like, you got all these people that are like, oh, he's spreading FUD. It's like, no, man. Like, think about it, okay? Like, there's short-term trades to capitalize on AMC, right? There was. But, like, long-term AMC was always going to be a problem. Like, y'all betting y'all's entire channel on AMC. And then telling everybody it's going to go hit certain amount of numbers. And then when it doesn't, blaming it on everybody else. It's just silly, man. Like, in the end, it is what it is. But, like, at a certain point, I think people need to take a step back and look at things objectively. Okay? You all right? All right, guys. Sorry. Market's popping up big. Yeah, I just think it's kind of weird. It's like this is the reality of it, man. You got people that give people unrealistic expectations, and said people lose tons of money investing into said security, right? They lose tons of money investing in it, right? And then whenever somebody like me comes along and they're like, "Hey, that was sleazy," instead of getting mad at the person that lied to them about it, what do? They get mad at the messenger for it. They get mad at the person calling them out on it. Right? It kind of shows you how gullible certain people really are. To be completely real, it truly shows people how gullible certain people are. Right? Like if they've got you defending the person that kind of ripped you off, but attacking anybody that claims to, or anybody that calls them out, then you know you're sold on something. You know what I mean? And it's just the reality of it. You got to look at it objectively at a certain point, guys. You know, and again, a lot of those AMC traders, they've been trading for less than a lot of us others. They certainly been trading less time than I have. You know, and it is what it is. Anyways, Disney, guys, Disney. Hey, we're up about 614 on the day on Disney, about 409 on what we got left of this 175 shares. Beautiful day. We'll see if this continues to rip up. We're going to hold the rest in anticipation of a potential bounce here on Disney. But yeah, we're up about 614 today. We will take that. Market's starting to move up on the dollar index's weakness, which is great. You can see the SPY up to 273s almost, 373s. Market looks good. Hey, what's up? Hello, TP. Thank you, brother. Yeah, and shout out to Pawn, man. Pawn's been updating me on what's going on in the futures market the night before. It's been pretty helpful in terms of like preparing myself for the next day. Like Pawn yesterday in our Discord. If you haven't joined our Discord yet, join it. And again, I'm not knocking AMC. You know, again, if we got bigs versus hedge funds, I'm picking, or if we got retail versus hedge funds, I'm picking retail. Okay, but at a certain point, you got to understand and identify that like so much sensationalism is going on around here, and I get it, it's a huge following, I truly understand, but at a certain point you got to look at it honestly. You can't blame it on big banks here. Again, most of these companies are going to struggle. They're going to struggle. Like GameStop is going to struggle. You know, GameStop, it has a shot, it has a chance. I think GameStop, if it can effectively get its NFT marketplace going and the crypto market bounces back, I think it's got a chance, you know. But is GameStop going to hit $1,000 or $1,500 a share? Probably not. Is AMC going to hit $500 a share? Probably not. And it's fine to be bullish. You just got to have objective outlooks, like not just sensationalized. You know, confirmation bias is a strong thing. You know, human beings tend to want to confirm what they want to happen. You know, but in that logic, you also got to take a step back and say, hey, man, is this possible? Is this even likely? Like, is this going to happen? And you know, you got to look at it objectively. What happens to the dollar index? Dollar index is bouncing up short term, but over the day, it's been moving down dramatically, which is great. That's precisely what we want to see. Yeah, and here's something that's very true, and I want people to understand this. By Jaspreet Singh, he said, "Resist the urge to upgrade your lifestyle when your income increases." 100%. Like you can't. That's going to put you right back to where you were. You know, the whole benefit of making money is being able to save that money and use it for other things, not increase your luxury living. You know, not unless you really got it like that. Listen, you got $500,000 saved in the bank and you got a bunch of, you know, cash flow producing assets. Sure, you know, live your life, right? But if you're just now making 100,000 plus when you haven't historically, use it to get an edge. You know, don't try to look rich, be rich. You know, like actually work towards what you're doing. living some luxurious lifestyle, usually ain't worth it. There's a reason a lot of big billionaires end up selling all their possessions because it feels like they weigh them down. Elon said that too. So, you know, Now, I disagree with Elon in a lot of ways to put it out there, but I think there's some validity in that. Yeah, for sure, Pod. AMD and Nvidia are beautiful. Just saying. Yeah, AMD literally, I used to call it my baby back like a while ago. Um, I still think AMD and Nvidia are very cheap. I think there's some value in those, but we're gonna sit and wait on stuff. Nvidia was one. I ended up losing on Intel and Nvidia, but actually, I don't know if I lost on Intel. I think I might have taken profit into it. I have to look at the chart and see what my AMD or Nvidia chart shows. I know I ended up swing trading this a few times, but I feel like I might have made money. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, we lost a little bit on it, but it wasn't a ton. Luckily, we got out of Nvidia too, because that thing just tanked. Everything's up nicely though today. Is it time to buy chips again, or is it time to wait some more? You guys buying up chip makers? Intel is a sleeping giant. Yeah, y'all check out our Discord. There's the link in chat. Y'all give it a join. We appreciate you all. Ton of new people, and so yeah, welcome team. We appreciate you all. Is that a fake Bobby here? So we used to have a. It's hard for me to tell if it's a fake Bobby or not. We got scammers. Again, I'm never gonna send you anything. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is a scammer. So we're gonna have to ban you from our Discord. There we go. Yeah, we had a fake Bobby sending messages here. We're going to send a post to everybody, kind of alerting them. So we did have another fake person here. Bobby doesn't even work with us anymore. No, he's still, I mean, him and I are cool and all, but he doesn't work with us anymore. So if somebody named Bobby emails you, it looks like they're just trying to scam. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of scammers join our Discord under old mod names. We're never going to send you to any website or ask you to deposit anything at all, guys. Don't get scammed. Lots are pretending to be me and other people who have worked with the channel historically. I'm never going to message you asking you to sign up for anything whatsoever. I'm never going to randomly message you, especially if I don't know you, and be like, hey, guys, why don't you sign up for this? Like, I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to do that. So y'all be safe. You know. But yeah, I'm never gonna do that. So y'all be safe. There's a lot of scammers out there. Bro, I'm Mark Wahlberg. Bro, I've had people say I look like a lot of different people, bro. I've had Ryan Felipe, Forrest Griffin, Mark Wahlberg. I'll take Mark Wahlberg and Ryan Felipe, right? Forrest Griffin, I don't know if I'm gonna go with that one. But yeah. Yeah, I mean we got some mods. All right, guys. Dollar index starting to pull back down here, kind of consolidating sideways though. Um, does the housing market hold? Let's look at our poll here. We did do a poll this morning. Check it out, the poll here. We asked people, does the market hold the gains it has made over the last 24 hours? 54% think yes, the market does hold its gains. I hope it really does. Do you think we bounce back more here, guys? Do you think we bounce back more? All right, guys. SPY push it up a little bit. Tesla's starting to test that 250 level. Big psychological level here. What is the Jolts job opening about? So the Jolts job opening is a report basically counting vacancies and jobs, including the number of workers that quit during that specific time frame, right? So it's essentially looking at, if you look at the legal definition of it, it is a survey done by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to help measure job vacancies. It collects data from employers about their businesses' employment, job openings, recruitment, hires, and separations. It defines job openings as all open positions that are open, not filled on the last day of business of the month. So yeah, it basically gives you quit data, jobs data, all that stuff. So relevant to employment numbers, certainly going to impact markets to a certain extent. To what degree, we'll see. But yeah, it'll influence markets some. You get dollar index back under VWAP or under the 200 moving average here. Again, guys, we got about an hour, a little bit over an hour before the market opens up. Again, we are green on Top Step. Here is yesterday's trades. Well, we traded yesterday. did trade yesterday, guys. I even saw the P&L open up. Okay, we'll just do it like this then. So yeah, so far this week, this is our P&L. So we are up about 150 bucks on the week so far. If you look at total, and again, this is 10/3. So this is yesterday. So this is so far this week. If we look at this total month, this is October so far. So again, we're green on the month. If we look at last month, this is September. Very nice month. Again, we're going to try to slow and steady. We are going to try to scale up in size a little bit today. So we are going to try to scale up our size some today. So y'all be ready for that. We'll see what we get. We do have some type of economic data dropping. Let me see what we got today. If you want to be a part of Top Steps Funded Account Program with me, we'll post this number in chat if you want to check it out. We'll also pin it to the top of the page if you're interested in it. We do have some stuff dropping today. But yeah, Top Step went good, Josh. It went well. And so yeah, there is the link. We're going to pin this link to the top of the page. You guys could check out Top Step if you want. But yeah, we're going to do day 3. There's the dollar index crashing down here. Hey, you love to see a dollar index crashing down. But yeah, we're pinning this to the top of the page if you want to check it out. Dollar index rejecting all the way down to 111.10s, 111.10s. Again, we got 540 votes. Does the market hold the gains it made? 54% think yes, it does. Dollar index falling down big. That's great. This is exactly what we want to see. This usually is going to mean some big bull action in markets here. We'll buy the dip again. We'll take 30 shares of the market here, 30 shares of the SPY. We already got a really green day. We could add a little bit more here. Should we add another 20, get 50? Big drops in the dollar index. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get 50 shares. All right, so 50 shares of the SPY. Big drops in the dollar index here. Usually we get an inverse correlation, so we're going to buy this dip and anticipate a bounce back up. Hopefully we do. Market's up 432 points after yesterday's 800-point rally. 100%, yeah. Hopefully we get some good stuff. All right, so yeah, dollar index just dropped short term here. Again, we're using the cushion that we have on the day to take a little bit of a swing here. You can also see what we're up in Disney already. Again, here's our Disney trade so far today, guys. So this is our Disney trade. We are up $432 on this last remaining amount of shares. We are up about 628 on the day total today for Disney. So you can see this middle chart. You got 175 shares left of Disney. And yeah, not a bad day. Not a bad day. We are taking a little swing with 50 shares of the SPY right now after the dollar index has big dropped recently. We'll see if that holds. Again, we want to see the dollar index continue to drop, continue to fall is what we want. Again, we got a big week next week. This week we got some stuff going on. Nothing too crazy though in terms of like economic releases. Next week's a big week, like a huge week. We'll get ready to cut this if it doesn't work. I want to give it some time, but you know we're down $8 total on the day on the SPY here, and we're already up so much. I mean, again, look at Disney here. We are up $420 or so. So we're very green on the day regardless of this trade, but I'm not going to hold this forever either. We're going to cut it if it goes against me. Dollar index looks like it wants to pull back some here. So we'll see if this can break lows. If this can break lows, that's going to positively impact this trade. But again, we are not going to hold this forever. Yeah, we're going to end up cutting this. So a little $19 down on the SPY today. Not the worst day. Again, dollar index just opened up. I forgot that we opened up at this point in time on the day for that. So it's all good. All right, big drops in the SPY here, big pullbacks now. Again, we're trying to be patient. We've already scaled out of we've already scalped out of some of our Disney position. So I see Peloton changing up their business model here. All right, dollar index is bouncing up a little bit here. Look at that bounce. Again, this is going to cause like usually short-term pain in the market, but market's green so much today already. I don't know if it matters too much anyway. Y'all do me a favor, guys. y'all give me a follow on Twitter if you haven't already. We appreciate it. There's our Twitter link. I'll consider it a favor if you guys give me a follow. We're trying to grow our Twitter account. What data? What data, man? Today we got some stuff dropping here, but at 8:30 we have. Let me see what we get. So at 8:30 we don't really have anything big. We got ECB's INRIA speaking right now. We got the Red Book dropping at 9. So in about 33 minutes or so, or a little bit, or at about. Okay, so yeah, we still got some time. Nothing big is really dropping today at 8:30 though. We did have European PPI numbers come out. There's the European PPI data right there. Market's starting to correct a little bit here. But yeah, as for like economic data releases today, there's not really any big ones. Again, it's a slower week for economic releases. Next week is much better. We got CPI, we got PPI, we got Fed minutes, we've got earnings, a lot of stuff next week. All right, big drop here, guys. Big drop for the dollar index here. Huge drop for the dollar index. This will cause a big pop short term in markets, it looks like. Huge drop for the dollar index, though. Big rejection. Not a huge drop, but big drop, relatively speaking here. So, yeah. So a lot of stuff is rallying as futures spike on hope of the Fed easing their bearish tone, their hawkish tone. But a big drop short term in the dollar index. Hopefully this continues, man. I want to see the dollar index just come back down to like 110s or so if possible. The Fed had their meeting, and I think people are interpreting it as optimistic, but we don't really know like what the Fed said yet. They haven't reported any of that stuff yet, unfortunately. Yeah. Love you. Okay. All right, guys. Dollar index at 111s. Hey, thank you for the follow, Josh. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, sir. Again, y'all give me a follow at Beginner Trades on Twitter. Michael Burry even said, I admit I'm feeling greedy. So it looks like Michael Burry might be buying up stuff right now. Are you guys buying up stuff too? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. So Kim K getting fined $1.3 million for ETH Max and their scam stuff going on. So interesting here, man. Yeah, man. I had a few crypto coins reach out to me and be like, "Hey, I want to sponsor you." And again, I never could do it. I never could do it. And again, the reason I can't is because of stuff like that. Like, I just don't want to get stuck in terms of like promoting individual. I don't want to promote individual stocks or cryptocurrencies. Like, that's not what I'm about. Like, I'm not going to take money from a company that wants to pay me to promote a specific stock or a specific crypto. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not going to work. We had one company that I did, and then I changed my mind and I gave them their money back and was just not interested in doing it. And again, I'm just not really about that. Like, I don't want to, like, I'll put it this way. We've had some traders that took some big checks from stocks. Like, I had some stock companies reach out and say, hey, if you promote us, we'll give you 10K. And I'm not going to say who I saw do it on YouTube, but we saw some other YouTubers after that promote the same stock. Some big GameStop AMC YouTubers promote the same stock, that company that emailed me saying, hey, if you promote the stock, we'll give you 10K. And then if you look at that stock, number one, the AMC and GameStop YouTubers ended up deleting that video. And if you look at that stock a week later, it was down like 80% plus. And so it was just a pump and dump scheme that they got these YouTubers into it. And so again, y'all be careful, man. Like, again, it's one of the reasons I won't take money for promoting any individual stock or cryptocurrency. I'm just not about that. Like, I'm not a stockbroker here. Like, I'm not going to promote a stock. I'm not going to promote a crypto. I think it's sleazy and scammy. And I think people are going to, my job is to protect traders. That's what we do here. That's the job we want. Disney. Yeah, look, we're in Disney right now. We're currently up $415 on the remaining 175 shares, about $620 total. So, yep. Disney. We've been talking about Disney for the last few weeks, really. Again, when you think about it in hindsight, guys, averaging into longer term positions that you're able to hold long term into these healthy companies that are super down over the past couple weeks is a very smart move for me personally. I'm not telling you that you should do it. Maybe I'm wildly wrong and maybe Disney crashes, but I'm already up on my Disney trade. I've already locked in enough profit where it's not going to really cause a losing trade for me in that regard. And I'm able to take profit already and then sit on the rest in case it goes up even more. In that regard, I think researching these healthy companies like Disney, Apple, stuff like that, like companies that are obviously going to be around in 5 years, and waiting for them to make big drops in the market and then buying those big dips is a very profitable strategy if you can do it correctly. And that's what I've been doing lately. Again, Disney is my latest example of this, but we've did this with a lot of different companies. We've done this with a lot of different companies. Very powerful way to trade, very high accuracy rate, very, very high probability of success. Again, the huge edge that you get is really this, right? The edge that you get from this is your edge is your ability to hold long-term if you need to. Like if Disney doesn't go in my favor short-term, I'll hold that thing for a year or two, because the likelihood that it's going to bounce back in that time frame is very, very, very high. Again, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, Disney's going to zero. And I've heard a lot of people say that. Y'all have been wildly wrong. Like Disney's not going to go to zero. Disney owns too many things. Disney World makes $20 million a day. Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, they own just so many different assets that it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether one works or one doesn't, Disney Plus is making money too. That they're just so diversified that when you have a company like that, it's just an easy bet. Hey, thank you, Secret. I appreciate you. The SPY doesn't have a spike down, Derry. The SPY is actually up dramatically over the past pre-market session. I mean, look at look at the last 2 days of the SPY. It's up big. This isn't a spike down. This is just an order getting filled down here, and then it's just a wick down. Order getting filled, and then it's moving back up. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Fisherman. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you look around when you first enter the stock space, you're going to find a few different things, right? If you're a new retail trader and you're entering this space, right, you're going to find a few different things, right? One of them is you're going to find penny stock gurus trying to sell you courses on publicly available content. They'll brag about how much they're giving to charity. They'll tell you could take $1,000 and turn it into $100K in 3 weeks, guys. And they'll just kind of tell you some sensationalized things. They'll say ABC stock is going to 1,000x today in the next week. ABC penny stock is going to 1,000x. They'll say it'll go up 1,000%. They'll say, right? If you look at the long-term chart, almost all of them go to zero. Team, but they'll try to sell you a course on it because they're trying to feed your emotions, get you emotional about it, and then sell you something. That's one thing you'll find. Most content out there is publicly available. You don't need to buy any of that course on penny stocks. Again, most of this content is publicly available. Also, penny stocks are very difficult to day trade. Very difficult to day trade. A large majority of people lose. And if penny stocks were really as profitable as a lot of people make them out to be, but the big hedge funds would trade them much more than they do. All right, you got to follow where the big money is really going. Big money is not trading big penny stocks. A large majority of it isn't. Especially not investing into penny stocks. And you can make money day trading. I'm not trying to knock people for day trading it, but the odds are stacked against you. And again, there's a reason big money doesn't do it. And so just understand that. The other thing that you're going to get is you're going to get people that are that they let their political views motivate their stock choices, which I never mix emotional things with my stock choices, right? Like I'm looking for surefire bets, I'm not a political person anyway. I try to stray away from politics, but when I'm looking for picks, I'm looking for stuff that, regardless of people's political stances on it, that I think is going to be okay long term. And then I'm making my bets based off of those, and it's just a profitable way to be. Again, the big edge is having a large enough account, though. Oh, large caps are far more profitable. Is this rally sustainable beyond this week? I don't know. That's what the poll is asking here. Does the market hold the gains that we made? I really don't know. We'll see. But right now, if you look at the poll, we got about 600 plus votes. 53% are saying yes, the market holds. 47% are saying no. On a short-term basis, you can see the SPY is starting to pull back a little bit. 372 hold dollar level. We got some down wicks there that might be relevant. But the dollar index is really what we want to watch. As the dollar index falls, stocks are usually going to move up. There's going to be an inverse relationship with the dollar index versus the SPY or the S&P 500. And so in that regard, we want this dollar index to keep falling. If the dollar index keeps falling, then the market will go up and vice versa. If the market keeps going up, the dollar index is going to keep falling. And so we'll see. But yeah, but Solstice, do you think that has already happened, or do you think it's still to come? Again, at a certain point, we're down so much already. Like people act like we're extended on the upside right now. If you look at the market over the last year, we're down so much already. If you look at it on a 20-day chart, short-term chart, we're down a lot as well. If you look at a 90-day chart, we're down pretty dramatically as well. And so at a certain point, the bearishness is going to stop. And at a certain point, we're going to find some value long-term in some of these buys. Again, I'm not telling you what to buy. I really don't know what you should buy. But again, in my subjective opinion and trading style, I think there's value in some long-term companies right now in terms of where prices are. Now, am I going to hold it if Disney drops down to 50? No. But I still think there's some value there. Again, fearful when others are greedy, greedy when others are fearful, and we're trying. It's already going on. We're still early. I don't know. I running this community. I've seen people have been saying that for like 6 months now. And so I hope you're wrong, but I also understand that maybe we're not. Maybe you're not. Maybe we'll see. I say we'll see way too much. You should drink every time I say we'll see. But no, you might be right. You might be right. I hope you're wrong. I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to see markets do well. I don't want to see them fail. But hopefully we're oversold now and we're going to start bouncing back. Again, it really depends on what the dollar does. That's going to impact everything. It also depends on what the CPI report shows next week. Next week we do have CPI coming out. That's going to be highly relevant to markets. It's going to influence everything: cryptocurrency, stocks, equities, futures, bonds. It's going to influence everything. CPI is inflationary data. It drops once a month. This next one is next week on the 13th. We also have the Fed minutes on the 12th. We've got earnings next week also. Then we've got PPI, I believe, on Friday of next week as well. So we got a lot of stuff going on next week that is going to be relevant and impactful over markets. And everything that we're doing now is going to be influenced by that for sure. We also have the next Fed meeting in about a month from now is when the next FOMC meeting is going to be. But again, on the 12th, we got Fed minutes. On the 13th, we got CPI. On the 14th, we got PPI. And then the week after that is a big week for earnings that are also going to be impactful over the market as well. Like the week after that, we have like Netflix, Tesla earnings, and all of those are highly influential over the stock market. And so in that regard, it's going to be a big couple weeks for economic activity. And time will tell if it ends up, helping or hurting us in terms of CPI and earnings reports. CPI will go under 8. Jerome Powell's going to do 50 basis points, not 75. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. What he said last time, though, is he said that he's expecting 150 basis points for the rest of the year. And so with 2 major FOMC meetings left for the rest of the year, that would mean that we could get 75 basis points each one. And I think 75 basis points is getting kind of locked into the market as we speak anyway for this. I think he already set that expectation. So I think people are trading based off of that expectation already. Warren Buffett received a quarterly dividend check of 176 million from Coca-Cola investment. All right, dollar index falling down a little bit. All right, guys, dollar index popping up to 111s now, 111.05s here. All right, big pullback now in the dollar index. Now, hopefully this holds and we continue to break down in the dollar index. Again, if we look at the dollar over the past year, we're just really extended in this time of high inflation right now. This is the biggest pullback we've gotten in a long time of the dollar. Not super long, though. I mean, the last one of this note was, let's see. There's a few of them. So this nice little pullback was the biggest one since late September. So, we'll see if we actually hold these gains, but hopefully the dollar index continues to fall. You can see how extended it is over the past year. And again, this is bad in a time of high inflation. We've just got a lot of inflationary problems, a lot of inflationary fears right now. Um, as the dollar continues to move up, people just want to sit on their cash. They don't want to invest in things like crypto, Bitcoin, anything like that. They don't want to invest in equities. They don't want to invest in stocks because their dollar is gaining so much value that it doesn't make sense to take the dollar that's gaining value and put it into other things, especially in a peak time of high inflation. And so they're just kind of sitting on their dollar. And so what we ultimately need is the dollar to pull back and continuously pull back. We want this to continue to fall here, as we kind of are now. We're moving back down to test lows, which is nice. But we want to see the dollar continue to fall down. We want to see it break lows. And again, the more it does that, the better it's going to be and the more impactful positively it's going to be over markets here. But again, we'll see if we get that. Yeah, I mean, Solstice, here's the problem though, man. Like, The reality of it is, man, there's no reason to be pushy with your beliefs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, for whatever reason, bears are very, very pushy with what they believe. Like, you guys hear me say, hey, I might be wildly wrong and maybe the market drops. But for whatever reason, bears just get weird anytime you say you don't think it's going to happen. You know what I mean? Anytime you say, hey, I hope the market bounces back, I'm cautiously optimistic. Bears get weird for whatever reason. And again, it's really important. One of our main rules here is that it's okay to believe whatever you want to believe about the stock market. You just can't get mad at others if they believe the opposite, you know? And I'm not saying you're mad, but it's kind of trending like that, you know? Like, I don't know what you guys are doing all day, you know? I mean, like, come on now, man. Like, well, I'm sitting here talking about stocks every day, bro. So let's just keep it respectful. Just a little small warning. Let's just keep it respectful. You know, again, if you're bearish, that's fine, but just don't get too upset if, don't get too upset if people have the opposing view, because that's a normal part. That's the endearing part of the stock market, is we all have different beliefs. But if the dollar tanks, what would that mean for other global currencies? Well, there's been an inverse correlation right now. So last few months, other currencies around the world have been falling and the dollar has been gaining value. And so hopefully if the dollar falls, then, it'll help the rest of the world in that regard, at least right now. No, all good, Solstice. Okay, if you didn't mean it might like that. Text is it's hard to understand the context of text here. Pun intended, I guess. But yeah, it's all good, brother. It's all good, man. Like I said, just out there, to my bears out there, y'all can believe the market's going to tank, and that's okay. And maybe y'all are right. Just don't get mad if somebody else believes the opposite, because we got both sides here. And if you look at the poll here, again, we did this poll today. We asked people, does the market hold its gains? 54% think yes, 46% think no. And now, while there are more bulls than bears regarding the short-term gains that we've made, it's pretty split down the middle here. It's pretty split down the middle. Yeah, for sure, Larry. All right, guys, dollar's falling back down here. This is great. So we're testing the lows of the day again. Dollar's testing the lows of the day. Let me make sure it's actually lows. Yeah, so this is the lows of the day here. So the previous low of the day, the new low of the day is at 110.90. So we're breaking under 111s right now. We're down to 110.99. Hopefully that's good for markets. I'm surprised, to be honest, that the markets are not bouncing back some short term with this weakness in the dollar. Usually, again, there's an inverse correlation here. Not always, though. It's never 100%. SPY might just be up so much already that, in terms of like sentiment here, we just got to be safe, be careful. Hey, thank you, Pawn. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Crude oil go to the moon. Is it? All right, so bouncing a little bit at the lows of the day for the dollar index. Exxon is up, but I don't know. I don't know. Let's look at like U.S. oil fund. Is this really going to the moon, or is this just everything? Look at Disney. Disney up big. Tesla up big. Apple, up big. So I mean, at a certain point, it's not just oil; it's everything. You know what I mean? We can look at like what's an oil? Here's natural gas futures. So natural gas futures break it down. What's a oil futures? CL. So yeah, so here's the oil futures. Oil is ramping up though, so you guys are right. So oil, here's the oil futures. Dollar index just broke lows of the day here. So dollar index just broke down. Look at the dollar index break under 111s again. So dollar index just broke down. Again, here's the SPY. SPY is breaking down with the dollar. So weird. Now we're trending with the dollar, which is strange. And again, sometimes markets don't make sense. But we are now trending with the dollar here, which is interesting. Again, today we do have the Jolts job opening report dropping at 10 a.m. So at 10 a.m. we got the Jolts job report. Again, that drops at about an hour and 13 minutes, and so we'll cover that. But dollar index breaking down, SPY falling down as well, oil pulling back a little bit with everything. So we don't know what happened at the Fed meeting. The market reacted positively, though. So we did get a positive reaction, a bull reaction to the Fed meeting, though. All right, dollar index still breaking down here. I'm surprised we're not seeing the SPY bounce up more on this. Um, All right, dollar index, big drop here. Look at the dollar index fall down big, down to 120.90s here, so or 110.90s. So again, we're getting some good action here. This is kind of what we want to see. We're getting some favorable action here as the dollar breaks down here. Let's see if the SPY bounces up, but look at the dollar index fall here. Dollar index is falling down. Hey, nice. Again, SPY hasn't really reacted as much as we would hope for this, but that's okay. That's okay. Again, we do have the Jolts job report dropping today, 10 a.m. in about an hour, a little about an hour and 10 minutes. All right, guys. Again, not really getting the big bounce that we'd want. Again, dollar index kind of popping down around these lows here, team. Around these lows. Again, we got about 40 minutes left until the market opens. About 40 minutes. I'll do a Twitter poll here if we can. Guys, market's not really bouncing back as much as it could, but again, I not got a little bit of a bounce back in stocks, so a little bit of a bounce back here. You can see the SPY back up to 372s, under VWAP right now, so it's kind of at a level where I'm not really going to push super heavy into this. There's the 200 moving average here, so we're underneath that as well, and we're going to be watching that closely also. What's up, TP? Yeah, crypto up as well today, guys. Bitcoin just under 20K, about 19.97s here. So again, dollar starting to fall, which is precisely what we want. So oil bouncing back, SPY bouncing back up to 372s. Dollar index testing lows again at 110.80s right now. All right, guys, market's still breaking down again. Big rebound in oil, big rebound in the SPY. SPY back up to 372.25. So let's see if we can get back over VWAP. We are now over the 200 moving average here. It's still breaking down on the dollar index here. Testing the VWAP on the SPY right now. We're at 372.30s. Oil futures are ripping up at 85.37 for oil futures right now. So again, we'll see. All right, guys. So getting a little bit of a bounce back. All right, guys. So we're getting a bounce back after pulling back at 372s. Let's see if that 372 level in the SPY actually holds a support here. We are getting a bounce on the dollar index, and so that might cause some short-term bearish action. But again, we'll see if we get a bounce. Oil is popping up some here. If we look at like Tesla, for instance, as well, Tesla is starting to bounce back right in between that 200 moving average and the VWAP here. So again, we'll see if we hold these levels. We still got some time. And the dollar index is bouncing back. Let's see if the dollar index will sit under 111. Um, Let me check the chat again. Anything better than $5? I saw that coming. Yeah, well, for some reason, there's a whole dollar difference between 87 and 89. Hey, what's up, Adventure? Dollar it is just an inverse ETF. No, it's not. DXY is a strong dollar, so it's not an inverse ETF or anything like that. It's just a strong dollar. Again, with a stronger dollar in a time of high inflation, that's usually bad for the market. Again, that's kind of what we're seeing now. It's just higher dollar is worse for markets. Yeah, Mo, just don't go crazy with your post again, brother. Just a friendly warning, sir. Friendly warning, brother. Nightbot's not gonna allow it. I got your back, Mo. But yeah. All right, let's see if the dollar continues to fall. Spy testing VWAP previous close. All right, team. Again, so we got to move back over VWAP on the SPY. We got to move back over VWAP on Tesla as well. If we look at oil still breaking highs at 85.50. All right, guys. So again, dollar index is starting to bounce back. We're testing VWAP. We're right around neutral on the SPY short term. Testing VWAP. All right, guys. So dollar is still pushing up a little bit short term. We got the oil prices moving up to 85.50s here. SPY pulled back under VWAP, still over that 200 moving average. Hello. Hello. Hey. All right, guys. Sorry, Carol called. At least it's not at 9:30. Yeah, y'all joined the Discord. We don't know what the result was. I think we're getting a positive reaction for the most part here, though. All right, guys. So again, we're getting a dip in the dollar index. SPY's testing, consolidating, getting some choppy action. All right, guys. So again, we're kind of chopping sideways. Oil is flying up to 85.70s right now for oil, 85.70. So again, we'll see if we actually hold these levels. Um, Again, dollar index is kind of coming down. Hopefully we hold under this 111. I think 111 is going to be kind of like a psychological level. All right, guys, dollar index is starting to put up. Let's watch 372s here on the SPY. Yeah, Emmanuel, we should be. Yeah, we're going to be doing Top Step today for sure. Yeah, sorry, let me check back on chat. I can't really see the Nightbot posts. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Jack. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, guys. Oh, Pawn must have let it go. Yeah. All right, guys, so we're getting a bounce back here. Let's watch 372s. 372s might be a bounce. Oil finally pulling out some. Again, let's see if it actually holds. AMC moving back up some. Oil trying to bounce here. Sorry, we had a big, long message we had to write. But yeah, we got some good action here. Let's get some great stuff. Yeah, we're going to do Top Step. Again, this is our Top Step results so far. Again, this is This is basically what we did yesterday. We made about 150 bucks. Not bad, not bad. Here's last September. So this is the September month. We only started about mid-September too. So about mid-September, we made about $1,500 gross. We'll see if we keep that up. And again, vote on the poll. Let me know if you think the market holds the gains it made. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Hey, well, we appreciate those posts. Dollar index is starting to pop up. Hey, thank you, Gary, for the tweet. Let's look at the poll here. So we got the poll. Does the market hold the gains we made over the last 24 hours? 50%. We're 50-50 split on Twitter here on this poll. So again, we're 50-50 split. This is the poll on Twitter. We are literally exactly 50-50 split out of 10 plus people. So hopefully we hold here, man. Hopefully we hold. Also, guys, go ahead and join our newsletter. You can sign up to beginnertrading.net/members, a completely new a newsletter that we drop on big days, kind of email watch list. So again, join hundreds of people in joining this newsletter. We do have a newsletter that we send out on big events. We're going to be sending it out for CPI, so you can kind of catch all the big economic releases, like the big ones. We'll be sending emails for all that stuff. And so again, y'all join the newsletter. Check it out. We certainly appreciate the support. And we got big stuff happening next week. So if you want kind of an update, it's completely free to join. We got hundreds and hundreds of people there. And so, we'll see. We also have the jobs report today. Specifically, we have, what is it? We have the Jolts job openings dropping in 50 minutes. 50 minutes. We did have Redbook come out at 12.3%. Redbook came out at 12.3%. So we can cover this here as well. There's the Redbook data. Good morning, guys. If the unemployment rates will be higher than last month, that means the market should rise. I think so. Not necessarily, Mario, but the logic is pretty sound. It's never 100%. You never know exactly how the market's going to react to stuff like that, to be honest. So you never know exactly what we're going to get, but it's likely that that's the reaction that we're going to get. Again, in a time of high inflation, it might seem backwards, but we actually want less people working, because less people working means more, which means lower spending, which means lower inflation in this current time. Right? It's never exact, but that's kind of the logic that we're getting right now, But it's never exact. It's never perfect. Like, we never say, hey, this is going to happen, and then we never get something outside of that. Sometimes it's just different, Dollar index popping up a little bit. We're going to stream it. We're going to cover it as soon as it drops here, Wilhelm. So we're going to cover it as soon as it comes out here. Again, the Jolts job openings report does drop today. Let's see if we can find something. All right, we do get a market bounce back here. Hey, what's up, Joel? More people working means less supply, which means lower prices. Yeah, 100%. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. So if the report is good is bad, Fed report is bad is good. Yeah, kind of right now, man. That's kind of how it goes. Again, we'll see if we get something good though. We're gonna get ready for our day 3 of Top Step. Dollar index is starting to fall back some, and you got the SPY bouncing back. Again, we're gonna prep for our Top Step trading. Let's get this set up. Let the data load here. We'll put the NQ. We can put oil up too to see what oil is doing here as well. Look at oil rip up here, guys. Look at oil pop. Let me make sure we're logged in correctly here. Okay, good. We're connected. There we go. We got the micro E-mini here. Get our positions list up. There we go. We got the micro E-mini here. We can put the NQ, or what is the... let's see. Where's oil? Does anybody know the oil symbol on Top Step? All right, so there's soybeans. We've got Dow, E-mini Dow, corn, soybeans. E-mini. Does anybody know what the oil futures are on Top Steps? Y'all help me out. CLV or CLX? I'm looking for them. Yeah, so here it is. I believe it's this one is the correct contract, CLZ2. We'll let it load. Put this up. Let's just put the NASDAQ 100 up. I might have to put a different chart up here. This is taking too long. Try a different one. We're in Top Step. We're good to go there. We are logged in. We're good to go there. Well, we're going to wait for whatever reason. All right, so here's the market itself. Put our trades up here. And again, we got our graph. We got 10 minutes until the open, guys. Let's see if we get another green day. We do have the Jolts job report dropping at 10 a.m. for Jolts. Again, here is our Top Step graph. So far, we had a green day yesterday. Here is our monthly graph. We're doing pretty well. We're up about $1,500 gross. The other position we're in today, again, is Disney. Our swing trade on Disney is just killing it right now. You can see our average entry level and all this stuff. Our average price for Disney currently is $96.77. We are currently up on the day about 587. We took some profit already on this opening trade left. We're up a little bit under 400, but a beautiful trade on Disney. Again, people think I'm a broken record on Disney, but hey, we're doing pretty good. Zia's month. ZLZ. Yeah, we'll put it up on a different screen and see if we can get it up first. Soybean oil. I see soybean oil. So soybean meal. Federal funds. Yeah, I'm getting some weird lag, so I might have to exit out of this and then restart it again. I forgot to reset it today, but yeah, our Disney trade's killing it. You love to see it. Again, we got some okay stuff happening in the market here. If we look at the dollar index specifically, the dollar index short term has been bouncing up some. And so if you look at like the E-mini or the SPY, we're mostly getting sideways activity. Hopefully we get some big bull action today. Like that's precisely what we want, is some big bull action and all this stuff. There we go. So we're back logged in. Let me see if we can get this up. We are in. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and log into Top Step. Let this log in as well. Again, Redbook came in at 12.3%. We also have jobless claims numbers coming out later this week. We are going to be trading on the Top Step Combine, 150K Combine. Our goal is to hit 9K in profit. There we go. That is much better here. So we are back up and running now. All right, so again, throw this chart up here. Put this up, and then let's see if we can find oil futures. Soybean. E-mini. All right, guys, markets are starting to pull back a little bit here. Dollar index is popping up. Silver. Here's crude. I think this is the right one for crude. Yeah, so crude has just been ripping up. There it is. There's crude right here. Again, crude oil has just been flying up today. Again, we want to see the dollar index fall. Oh, I still got the bathroom break up. My bad, guys. Can I ask something? What's the reason the stock market was green? Yeah, so as Joel said, what about the meeting? So they had a closed meeting yesterday. I think everybody's worried about Credit Suisse, and I think they're going to be a little bit less aggressive in their rate hike decisions. I think that's what people are ultimately predicting here. I think that's the reason we're bouncing back, is because people understand that we're kind of in damage control now for the market. And so in that regard, I think the Fed is going to do whatever they can to help prop the market up short term. And I think that's what we're getting right now. But again, who knows? We'll see. But I hope the market ends up surviving. We should be fine, I think, in the market. Again, we have the dollar index also falling down big today. That's a big reason the market is up, is because the dollar index fell dramatically. The higher dollar price, the more inflationary fears, problems, and ultimately the less money that floods the equity market. As the dollar index falls, more money floods the equity market. People are more confident regarding inflationary problems. And so in that way, we're just getting some big bull responses. I mean, you guys got to understand the market is down drastically. Like if we put up a, let's see what kind of chart they'll let us put up. If we put up like a 4-hour chart, for instance, let's see. Let's do a 1-year chart here. So here's a yearly chart, right? This is how much the market is down over the past year. So the market is down dramatically over the last year. Some would say it's oversold short term. And so long term, it's one of those things where hopefully we get some positive stuff. We'll put a 3-day chart back up here. Hopefully we get some positive stuff, but it could be something that we're hopefully oversold at this point in time, and hopefully we start to get some bounce backs. The market's just down dramatically over the last year, and especially over the last 6 months, 6 to 3 months. The market's just down big, and so in that regard, I think it's time to, it's time to hopefully get some bounce backs, but maybe not. Again, we haven't traded yet. We're going to try to get another green day. We got less than 4 minutes. Next Fed meeting is early November. Next week is a big week. So again, this week is going to be a little bit slow. I'm sure we'll have a little bit lesser people here as we are. Been an amazing month for growth here, man. Check this out. Like, look at this stat for the channel here. So over the last month, we have grown by about 4,000. Over the last 28 days, we've grown by about 3,600 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. Beautiful growth, to be honest. If we look at our analytics says we are up 110%. So 110%. We're almost at 250,000 views a month. So shout out to you guys. You guys are the GOATs community. We appreciate you guys. And let's keep this growth up. We got a fun week next week, man. This week's a little bit slower, but next week we got some craziness happening. So next week will be fun. Again, we got the market open in about 3 days. Well, this week there's just not as much economic data. There's not as many big earnings reports and stuff coming out here. So like we got some stuff, but there's just not as much as historically, like over the last few weeks. So next week we got CPI, we've got PPI, we've got big earnings reports, we've got Fed minutes report coming out. So just a lot of influential stuff dropping next week that's going to impact markets. This week's going to be a little bit slower, and that's okay. We just don't have as much stuff. We don't have any big earnings. We don't have any big reports. We got the Jolts job report dropping at 10 a.m. market time today. We've got jobless claims Thursday. We've got a few other things. I think we have import-export pricing Friday. So we got some stuff happening, but it's not a big week like it was, it's not a big week like it was last week or like it's going to be next week. Hey, what's up, Vince? Yeah, definitely top 3. Hey, you as well, DS. Let's do this. Again, let's see the dollar index fall. We're in our Disney trade, and so we'll update you guys on what that one's doing as well. But we got about a minute left, guys. A little bit under a minute, or a little bit over a minute. All right, guys, getting a big rebound pre-open here, less than a minute. All right, guys, there's the opening bell, getting a huge rip up in markets, guys, right at the opening bell. A monster rip up in the market right at the opening bell here. So SPY popping up big, testing highs right now. So moving up, testing pre-market high right at the opening bell. We got some big bullish action coming through here at the open, guys. So hopefully this stuff holds. We will see. Again, big bull action coming through. Hopefully it sustains and holds. Again, getting a little bit of a pullback here, small pullback here. Again, big pop up at the opening bell, testing highs. Hopefully we get some consolidation. Big upwick though, so big pullback down after we got this opening bell movement. All right, guys. First candle of the market open actually turned red, believe it or not, which is strange after that big bull response right at the opening bell. Snapchat is actually pumping up big as well, and we're in Snapchat also. Yeah, let's just hope the market holds. Again, we don't really have any trend to attack yet. Yesterday was a much better day because we waited for a trend to form. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to wait for a trend to form. We're not going to push too heavily into any of this here. We're just going to wait for a trend to form and attack the trend that does form. Snapchat pop it up. Disney moving up as well. Huge move here. All right, so we'll start to consider buying a dip now if we get it, but we got to be patient and wait here. SPY moving up continuously, so that's great. What's Tesla doing here? All right, market breaking highs here, so market just broke highs. And again, we'll look for a pullback buy if we can get one. Huge rip up on the micro E-mini. Big top break there. Tesla spiked up too, so a lot of stuff moving up with it. Market just broke high. So now we'll start to buy pullbacks here. We got a big bull trend happening in the market right now, a big bullish trend. So now's when we'll start to buy pullbacks here and dips. Tesla flying up to 252s here. The micro E-mini, big move up. And again, this is the time where we're going to start buying pullbacks to attack here. So again, we need another candle opens up in about 8 seconds. Again, a lot of green action in markets right now. A lot of green action in markets. There's a new candle opening up. We'll see if we get a dip from that. Again, huge rip ups in markets. Didn't really, haven't been able to capitalize. Look at the big bull response in markets, man. Wow. Huge move up, guys. Again, we're going to wait for a pullback to attack it here. Big bullish response at the opening bell. Unfortunately, Disney's not really following it much. Getting our first little dip of the day. Again, we need a pullback. We don't really have any good pullback zone. We got a new candle opening up pretty soon here. Mostly getting bull actions. We've had three huge green candles. No red candles really over the last couple minutes except for the first opening minute here. And we need a dip buy in order to attack this. We need a dip. Market just looks very strong. Doesn't want to go down. All right, there we go. As almost on cue. All right, we just bought this dip in the futures market. Trying to build up a cushion first and then swing into that cushion if we can. We ended up taking another little piece off of our Disney trade just to lower our sizing since we're up so much already, so that if we do have a big like turnaround today, we're still green. Market looks like it wants to push up though. Big downwick, hammer candle. We're going to add to this here since we're green on it already. Big rip up. Took half off there. All right, so we just made about $27 or so, 27 bucks. Scalping the micro. Building up a cushion as we speak. Dollar index is breaking down here, which is good for everything, including the market itself. Dollar index looks very weak. We're going to buy this, anticipating a potential high of the day break and maybe add to it on a larger pullback. There's the potential high of the day break, though, so we did catch that. Not really loving my entry, but if we get a big bounce, that's fine. We'll take some. There we go. I'm going to get out here. $5 loss. Just too much risk. I think we tested highs, and now we're kind of pulling back fast. Start loading in with 2 contracts at the micro here. Disney coming back beautifully as well. Back up towards the highs. Disney testing highs of the day. SPY moving up towards highs as well. Everything looks strong. Again, hopefully we get just a catapult back in markets here. Again, don't really have an entry price for me yet on this. So, we don't really have anything to enter now. Just kind of patiently waiting for this. Oil pulling back some. Look at the oil drop. Another move up high. So again, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row in futures. So just not really something that I'm going to be buying into. Too much extension and risk there, but we might get some. I hope we go up because it's good for my Disney trade. Beautiful move on my Disney trade right now. Disney testing highs of the day. Hey, you love to see it. Up about 600 on Disney today. Disney broke over 99 bucks. Again, my average on Disney is 96.45. Let's let that run. We're going to be patient with this. All right, finally getting a little dip here. We'll wait for a larger dip and start attacking this. All right, so we got 2 contracts. Maybe add one more. Take a little swing here. All right, there's 2, or there's 3 contracts now. Big down wick. Let's see if we get the bounce that we're looking for here. See if we get a move back up to test the top of the range. There we go. Beautiful price action here. Green action. Nice. All right, so just took 1 off, holding the rest. All right, so just made about 11 or 12 bucks there, which is fine. Small green day so far. Looking at our stats here for today. We're up about 35 bucks. Building up a cushion, and then we'll take some swings. Beautiful price action here, though. Bullish action right now. We're going to buy this. Take a short-term swing. There we go. I just cut out of that. Again, we're up 45 on the day now. Here's our profit graph. Huge greenish, green response here in markets. Huge bullish response on the SPY, breaking over highs, finally getting a rebound here. Huge bull response, guys. Disney flying up as well, up about 620 on the day. Gonna buy a small micro pullback here, kind of a 1 minute pullback type of trade. Seeing if this previous level can hold this high. There's 2 contracts. See if we move right back up, get like a little 1 minute pullback. We're up here. Hammer candle. Testing highs again. Let's see if we get that vacuum up there. Oh, barely gave me anything here. I got to start just exiting the full position afterwards. Getting that 1 minute pullback candle here. We're going to add into this. Maybe get 3 contracts here to see if it holds. If it breaks this low right here, we're going to have to cut it. And very close to cutting it, right at our risk level that we talked about here. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck in that breakdown. Little $15 loss. We'll kind of rinse and repeat and come back here. Now, there's 4 contracts. We're trying to take a little swing into the profit we have on the day. I think we need to increase risk. See if we get a pop back up. We got a nice little, like, reasonable pullback here. There we go. Slowly scalping out, testing highs. We bought the dip. All right, we're going to get out of there. So I made about 30 or 40 bucks just now. Again, using the risk we built to add more risk, up about 60 on the day. Kind of slowly rinse and repeating this strategy. You can see my profit graph here. Huge green action here. Again, Disney's up to 99.20s here. Whew. Hey, you love it. Okay, we're gonna let this work though. I'm gonna see if Disney can hit 100 today. All right, guys, testing the top of the range. Disney flying up. We get a little dip here. We might buy this dip. Waiting for a dip. Disney really high up there. 99.30s. All right, we got 4 contracts here in the market. See if we can attack this. Test this high real quick. We got 4 contracts. Starting to scale up our size a little bit on the day. Instead of just getting the micro or regular, we're getting multiple of the E-mini here is what we're doing. Took half off. Scalp it out the rest. All right, so just made another 25 bucks. Again, we are up about 80 on the day. About 85. So starting to get to that point where we're getting some really, really favorable momentum. Covering a little bit more on our Disney trade. We're up just under $700 on the day on Disney. Got about 100 shares left of it. All right, still breaking high, still looking solid. Oil dipping down some short term, but that's okay. Disney breaking highs again. Market breaking highs again here. Beautiful here. Disney looks like it's going to break 100. Again, here's my current P&L right now. So we're up about 690 right now on Disney. 100 shares left, about 350 with what's left in profit on the open. We're going to let it work and see if it breaks 100. See if we can break 700 in profit today, which would be kind of a record. We got 14 minutes, guys, until the Jolts job report drops as well, so y'all be ready for that also. Disney is right at 100 bucks, just under 100 bucks. I'm going to make a rare P&L post on my Twitter. All right, guys, market's still pumping up. I think my headphones just died, so we're going to have to transition over. Market's still pumping up, though. Ooh, Disney tested 100, guys. Hey, over 100 for Disney at 107s. Take a little bit off here. Holding 75 shares left. Market's flying. All right, we're scalping out some more. Took another half off. We got 50 shares of Disney left. Been riding that up all day. Let me go ahead and share the new music that we got on the new headphones. There we go. Hey, what's up, external? Jolts job report in 13 minutes. High break again here, man. Wow. Again, we're up 725 on the day on Disney here. So we are up 725, 724 right now on our Disney trade. There's a P&O. I'm telling you, man, there's a huge edge in swing trading, bro. People don't understand. You know? Hey, nice, Larry. Market's pumping. Again, we're too extended for me to buy in futures. So, like, we're up almost 100 in futures, but it's too extended for me to buy this right here. You know, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 or 9 red candles in a row, or green candles in a row. Just a little bit too extended for me personally. We're holding 50 shares of Disney left. You know. People say I'm a broken record with Disney. Oh, John talks about Disney too much. Bro, it's my favorite swing trading stock, dude. Every time it makes a huge drop to the $90, $95 level, I buy the dip every time, dude. I average in. If it keeps dropping, I keep adding to it. Works almost every single time. I'm not guaranteeing you anything's going to work, but it's worked for me a lot, you know. 50 shares left, so you love it. I've been averaging into Disney from, to be honest, I started averaging it around 100, a little bit over that, really. And I've just kind of been adding to it as much as I can as it dips. So you can see my average right now is 96.89. So, you know, we're over 100 for Disney now, so. All right, SPY at 375.40s. And so, again, we'll see if the SPY can keep ripping. Market popping up. Micro E mini at 38.80s, 38.80s. All right, guys, market's testing the highs up here. Again, we got the Jolts job report in about 8 minutes. I'm waiting for a dip in futures to attack it. Like, we're not going to attack this yet. We need a dip. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 3% or whatever that is of Disney is not bad, you know. I'll take my 3% swing trade. Dollar break it down more, so it looks like we're actually going to get a bigger bounce. I'm just kind of averaging in, Joel. I'm just kind of averaging in. I'm waiting for big drops in healthy companies and then just averaging in when it starts to drop. Micro mini finally getting a dip. We're still a little bit too extended up here for me to start buying into this dip yet. I might take one contract here, and again, one contract, and then we'll start to add a little bit heavier size if we like it, but we might not. We might just cut it if it starts to break down too much. Yeah, we'll take 2 or 3 more contracts here. I don't mind this dip. Market had a big comeback. Again, we ended up averaging out of Disney on that big rip. right, so we're adding into this first pullback here. There's 2 contracts or 3 contracts. We'll get up to 5 here and take a swing now that we have a cushion on the day. But if we don't need to, we're not going to add. We'll just accept this if it goes in our favor. All right, there we go. We're about break even now. That's nice. And we'll just kind of let this work and then add to it if it dips more. Okay, trying to be patient with this. We got an initial bounce here. There we go. All right, took half off there, holding 1 contract left. We'll go ahead and take that off. So made another 20 bucks there. And so we are up now. We're up over $100 on the day. And so we got our first little leg up here. We're going to add on this pullback now. 2 contracts, maybe add up to 4 or 5 again here. If we got to wait for a larger dip to add. If not, we'll just sit on our 2 contract position and try to let this work if it starts to move up past that range. Disney bouncing back up some too. That might positively impact the market. We're going to add 2 more contracts to this. 4 contracts now. Here we go. Took half off there. 2 contracts left, but mostly safe. Took another half off there. We'll just go ahead and get out there. So, all right. So up about another 20 bucks on the up about 123 on the day so far. Nice little cushion. Disney's still ramping up really nicely here. We're still holding our 50 shares. We've already scaled out of most of it. All right, guys. Market's still pumping up a little bit. I kind of want to buy 1 contract here. We'll take 1. Just so if we move up and test the top of this range and really start to ramp. Disney falling back down. So I'm going to kind of use that as a gauge on market health and get ready to maybe cut this fast if we need to. Disney testing 100 bucks. Again, and I hope you guys see, the sizing I take is all based off of the confidence I have in the direction. If I have low confidence, then I take small size. If I have high confidence, I take larger size. Very important lesson for traders to understand. You don't just go hard on everything. Sometimes you take little feeler trades to kind of test out what you think might happen. And, you know, if we're right, great. We can use a little bitty trade here and make some money with a small position. And then we can also just choose to add to this as well. All right, so $15 gain there. So yeah, a little small position, $15 trade. Attack the range is what we did. Huge break in markets though. So we are about 140 on the day. Here's the profit graph on the day right now. Huge rip up, huge rip up. We're gonna start to take some size here on this pullback. Get in maybe 5 or 6 contracts here on the cushion that we have on the day. Just got a high of the day break. All right, there's 4 contracts. All right, we have 4 contracts now. Let's see if we get a pop back up. We're testing highs. We're looking strong. We'll add 1 more here to take our swing. Okay, so we didn't have time to add 1 more. We're kind of too high up there. We're about break even here. Trying to be patient. There we go. Got a nice rip up here. We got 2 contracts left. Didn't really get the profit we wanted, but there we go. That's better. All right, so we just got out another $25 made here. So we are currently up 165 bucks on the day. Starting to get into a nice little rhythm from attacking these strengths. All right, guys, the Jolts job opening is going to be in about 2 minutes. Or in about less than a minute here, actually, guys. So let's see what we're showing here. Again, the Jolts job numbers are going to be coming in. They just came in at 10.053 million. So lower than expected job openings. This should be interpreted as a positive sign. Again, lower than expected Jolts job report should be interpreted as a positive response here. Again, they came in at 10.53 versus 10.77 million here. So lower than expected job numbers. And again, this should be interpreted as positive here. So it should be interpreted as positive. Here's the link. Check it out. Again, market is flying up here. This should drag my Disney trade up some as well here. Huge rip up in the market, guys. Huge rip up in the market. We're up to 3,800 right now in the SPY. All right, huge run up, guys. Wow, just a monstrous rip up here, team. Crazy activity right now. Look at this big rip. And so again, the jobs numbers came in better than expected, lower than expected, which is better for ultimately inflation here. Again, that's great news. So the Jolts numbers are out. Dude, we got the Jolts numbers. It's right here. They're lower than expected, guys. We're covering it already. We already dropped the data literally as soon as it came out. Read underneath you, guys. Again, durable good orders dropped, all that good stuff. But the Jolts job openings came in at 10.05, lower than the 10.77 million expected. Look right below you. We covered it already. People are acting like we haven't covered it. We're covering it. We're covering the market. Rip it up too. Look at the market fly. All right, getting a nice little dip here. We'll take one position. Again, based off of the confidence we have in the trading. All right, guys. Again, market's pulling back a little bit. All right. All right, guys. So we're dipping down a little bit. We're gonna take one contract here. I don't mind buying this dip. We got a 376 level. I don't mind adding to it as well. We got 2 contracts here. I'm not going to really add more than 2 or 3 here, just because if we can get a pop here, great. We'll take profit fast and try to get another green trade here. I like this down wick. This down wick is usually indicative of strength. And after we have a big upward move, a lot of people target these first pullbacks. But again, it's never 100%. So we're about break even right now. Disney ramping up even more here, guys, beautifully. Hey, we'll take this. All right, so we just made another 10 bucks here. We are up about 175 on the day. Our Disney trade, we are now up about $740 today. Market's good. If we get a dip here, we'll add some more to this. I'm going to take one more 10 share position, and then I'm going to let the rest of Disney work. All right, guys, so we're getting a dip here. We might add in terms of some size right now. All right, so we're in 5 contracts. We're taking some size. And if we get a pop, all right, we took most of it off. 2 contracts left. We just got out of it. So again, made about 20. All right, guys. So we're gonna get a dip. Here, hold on one second. All right, guys. So we put it in sub-only mode, guys. So everybody that's here, announce that you're subscribed. Show that you're supportive of the channel, guys. We certainly appreciate it. Very nice green day so far. Again, if you look at our stats today, we are up a cool 195 bucks today. So we are up a cool $193 here. So again, announce yourself. Show you're supportive. What's up, Nicholas? What's up, Mike, Brent, my guys? Thank you, team. We appreciate you all. Getting some pullbacks in markets right now. Again, we had a pretty profitable day. And if we keep dipping here, we will add to this trade and take a swing. All right, we're going to buy this here. We're pulling back to a whole dollar level here. So we're 5 contracts. All right, just take some more off here. We got 2 contracts left. Okay. All right, so we are out. We just made another $40 in profit from attacking these big pullbacks here. Okay, yeah, I got it. All right, guys, nice little dip buy. Again, we are now up over $200 today. Here is our P&L. Beautiful graph here. We've taken very strategic, very smart trades, up about 230, 240 on the day. Again, not bad. Not bad. Again, if you want to be a part of the Top Step Combine, hey, thank you, Ricky, Anthony, Crypto. What's up, Kyle, Toby, Princess, or Prince? My bad, bro. Hey, thank you, guys. Hey, if y'all want to be part of the Top Step Combine, again, a great way to help support our free content. Everything we drop here is completely free. We don't charge for content. We don't sell a course or a service. We don't claim to be experts. We don't act like gurus. I'm in the Top Step 150K Combine, and so what they do is they give me a demo. If I can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, and they fund me, I'm currently in the Combine process. So we're trying to get funded with the demo right now. But again, I mean, just in my regular account, guys, today, just to put this into perspective, in my regular account today, we are currently up about $700+ here. Here is our Disney P&L today. So we are up about 725 right now in our Disney trade. So we're up over $700 in our actual TD Ameritrade account. But again, what Top Step does is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 up to 150K with a 90% profit split. This is a company that's regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. A great way to help support the channel and support our content. And again, it's an easy way to get around the PDT rule. There's no PDT rule in futures. And so you can day trade, you can short as much as you want in the futures market with no PDT rule, instant settlement, all that good stuff. And I'm essentially trading the spot. The E-mini is the SPY. I don't even look at the E-mini chart, to be honest. I pretty much purely look at the SPY chart and play placed off of the SPY chart. And so you can do it that way. It's essentially the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. And again, Top Step is a legitimate funded account program. They've been around for a ton of time. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. If you look at their stats here, they are a sponsor of my video. I'm always trying to be transparent, but if you look at their stats, they paid out over $3 million in 2021 in withdrawals from their funded traders. So, you know, we'll see what we get, but yeah. So technically, Nicholas, this is a demo account. Again, I'm in the Top Step Combine. This is real. So like to put it into perspective, this is real. So this TD Ameritrade profit is real. So 720 something on the day right now in profit on TD Ameritrade. But right now I'm in what's called the Top Step Combine. And so again, they give me a demo account. And if I can hit their targets on the demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund me the same amount. So right now I'm in the 150K Combine. And if I can pass this testing, they essentially fund me 150K. And again, here's my graph. So if you guys want to see my graph, this is today's graph from trying to accomplish this. I mean, like I said, I trade a real 30,000, 120K buying power account on TOS. That's why you see that $700 gain. But again, here's my graph over this past month. Here's my graph total since starting the Top Step Combine mid last month, right? So here's my current full stats. Let me make sure. I don't think it includes today for whatever reason. Okay, there we go. That's better. So again, here's my full stats. So far, we're up about $1,700 gross on this Combine account. And so again, if you want to check out Top Step, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. They are a sponsor of our video. And again, easiest way to get around the PDT rule, to be honest. All right, so we might be buying this pullback again. I don't know. Should I just sit on the cushion I have on the day or not? I mean, there's no time limit, Manina. It's all just kind of there's no time limit. It's all about just kind of taking it slow and small. There's no maximum. There's a minimum. You have to have at least 5 days. But yeah, I mean, like I said, people can knock me because it's a demo account, or y'all can look at my like Thinkorswim profits as well. This is my actual TOS profits today, just to show you guys. We are up $716 in TOS right now, $716. So listen, we'll take it. We might actually buy more. Again, green day all the way around here. And again, this is my week so far on Top Step. So again, here's my graph. We're right back to where we were. Really nice day. This is this week so far. Let's see if it'll let me look at this week. This is this week. No, that's not the last 7 days. That was last week is what it was. We ended up losing like $150 last week. Let's look at this week. So this month. There we go. So this is this month. So far on the week in 2 days, we are up about 363. We had a small losing week last week, which again is fine. Every week's not going to be profitable. That's one of the biggest misconceptions about trading, is that every week is profitable. It's not. It takes time to really make money. Today we're doing pretty well. We really were in the red for no period of time. And again, I hope you guys saw how you do this. Like, my strategy with these funded account programs is very simple. I build up a cushion, and then I take larger size into that cushion, right? So you can see here in the first couple minutes of my trading, I traded very small, 1 or 2 contracts max. Once I build a cushion with 1 or 2 contracts, then I scale up my size dramatically, right? So then I start taking 5, 6 contracts, and that's why, we get a little small gains in this account, and then I scale up and we take larger gains after that. So we're up 200 plus today. Again, slow and steady wins the race, and that's what we're trying to do. Oh, there's people, Joel. It happens. I think it's time to walk away and see what happens from here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm sitting, sick. Again, we're so green and everything today, bro. It's been a really profitable week, to be honest. We've been been a broken record about what we've been doing on Disney, or our kind of Disney trade that we've been talking about a ton. We're kind of been a broken record about it. But to be honest, guys, it's one of those things where, I'm just a big believer in the strategy I have for swing trading. It's been highly profitable as a swing trading strategy. And we've been making a ton of money doing it. Like, our accuracy rate is outstanding in swing trading, using the same scalping strategy, or not the same scalping strategy, using the same swing trading strategy, just been ridiculously profitable. Also, guys, so again, we try to keep all our plugs to the very end. Another one of our sponsors is Stock Tech. Now, Stock Tech is really, really useful because they are a trading social media platform that gives you tools as well. And their job is to help retail traders over big banks and hedge funds. Again, when they go live, we have a hard live date of October 27th. So they are going to be going live October 27th. We will be on there when they go live. Again, they're going to give you free dark pool and option flow access, saving hundreds. Eventually, they're going to do 0 commissions. Just a really cool social media. It's kind of like StockTwits, but with tools to use as well, right? So even if you look at the basics here, free dark pool and option flow access is huge, So again, they're a trading social media platform that's going to give you free tools to use. Again, I'll consider it a favor if you sign up. They are a sponsor of my video, but again, I only really get sponsored by companies that I think are going to help traders. And so again, if you want to check out Stock, I'll post the link here. You can also find the link in the description as well. Again, we're gonna close it down, and yeah, we appreciate the love and support, guys. Our Bitcoin to 68K confirms. I hope so, bro. I hope Bitcoin hits 68K, dude. We'll see. Let me make sure this is in the description. You guys can find all this stuff. Okay, yeah, we got to put Stonk in the description too. Yeah, we appreciate you guys. We'll see if the market actually holds. Green or red so far today? Before we go, green or red so far today, guys? We are green in everything. Today in our actual stock trading, we're up about 700, a little bit over 700. In our actual combine progress, we are up about 220 or 230 today. So just a powerful, profitable day. Do y'all think the market holds these gains, though? I think it's the real question here. Thank you guys so much for everybody that followed me on Twitter. We appreciate you guys. But do you think the market holds the gains it made today? I guess is the real question here. Again, last few days. So again, if we look at our trading here today, let's put up our TOS account. And we traded a little bit on this. We trade a little bit of everything, right? So we trade this at the opening bell. Again, here's Disney. If you guys want to look at our actual TOS account. Here's Disney. So we're up dramatically in Disney here. Let me get that out of the way. So again, we are up dramatically in Disney, up $721 in Disney. You can see that here. Beautiful trade. We still got 40 shares. I think I'm just going to let this roll here, man. I mean, listen, we're up a lot. We've taken tons of profit to where no matter what, we're going to be green on the day. And so we'll see, Yeah, all good, Tiny. Hey, you stay safe as well. But yeah, I mean, swing trading, guys, is just incredibly powerful, man. Like a lot of people get stuck on day trading, and I get it. I really understand. But you guys have really got to understand the power of swing trading. Like if you have a large enough account and you focus on healthy long-term companies, there's just immense power in that, to be honest. Just huge, ridiculous power. Just in the fact that long-term, you can hold these companies and a large majority of them are going to be okay, right? That's not an edge you find in penny stocks, right? So a lot of people get really stubborn. They have a small account and so they're forced to trade penny stocks, they think. But it's like large caps are going to give you such a big edge in terms of swing trading. Most penny stocks fail. And so if you're investing or swing trading penny stocks on a long side, odds are just stacked against you. You know, there's so much volatility, randomness, and just manipulation that it's so difficult to make money. Even day trading is incredibly difficult because they're just random. They're spontaneous. They get offerings. They dilute themselves. They just have all these risky things that make it very difficult to consistently make money in penny stocks. And so the real edge with large caps, again, it might sound like a broken record, is that you can buy and you can patiently hold. You know, Disney, if you think about it objectively, there's objective value with Disney. You know, Disney, when it dips and it has these huge drops in the market, I know we got the doom and gloom crowd that are all like, oh, you know, it's going to fail. It's going to go to 50, they say, you know, and maybe it does. But I think the odds are stacked against that. And I think it makes much more sense to find healthy companies that are strong, that have big drops short term. Buy up those dips. If it goes in your direction, this is my strategy. If it goes in my direction within the next week or two, I take profit. You know, if it doesn't, I'll add to it up to a certain risk level, and then I'll sit on it and just wait for it to come back. You know, if it breaks below a certain risk level, of course, I have a stop, I get out. But very powerful strategy, highly accurate, and just a powerful strategy, guys. And so, again, I hope you guys understand. Day trading is not the only option. And, yeah, we'll see you guys later. It's perfectly normal for traders to lose money in the beginning. Almost, in fact, it's normal. It's not normal not to. You know, if you make money in the beginning as a new trader, you are certainly an outlier in that regard because almost all traders lose money. And so be sure to understand that almost all traders lose money. But yeah, again, y'all check out Stonk. There's the link. Great way to help support your boy here. Good luck in the market, guys. We'll see you guys later. Should be a fun week. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.